Good morning, everyone. I'd just like to welcome everybody to the Finance Committee meeting on Saturday, March the 21st, 2026, to review the final articles of our town departments. And before I start, I'm going to ask each one of our members to identify themselves. We'll go around the table. My name is Gene Budenhagen. I'm the chair of the Finance Committee, and I'll go to my right.
Jim Flynn.
Diana Bowley.
David Remington.
Kelly Barner.
Milind Kanitkar.
Dennis O'Connell.
Vikram Chabra.
Victoria Pitney.
Thank you. And before one additional note, before we open up the public hearing, I would just ask that if there are people that are going to speak, that they will give their name, address, and come up to the podium and make their remarks, and we'd like to keep it as short as possible. And with that, I will ask the manager to introduce the people at the front here.
Sure.
Starting with the town manager.
Kevin Mizikar, town manager.
Alexandria Martinez, Director of Budget and Financial Planning.
Tim McInerney, Director of Public Works.
Keith Baldinger, Assistant Town Manager for Operations.
Christina Ordung, Assistant Town Manager for Human Capital.
Thank you. And then I'll ask for a motion to open up in the continuation of the public hearing from a past meeting on Thursday.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. We are ready to go.
All right, so we'll start this morning with the Department of Public Works, and I'll turn it over to DPW Director Tim McInerney to provide an overview, and then we'll proceed through all the divisions.
Thank
Good
you.
morning. Thank you, Kevin. I got to say, for getting through 125 million so far, you look pretty well rested, right? You guys have been working out. I visited with you on Tuesday, and I thought that the dialogue between the departments was great, and the questions you gave to the divisions was great as well. The division managers that are going to be here with you today, there are 7 of them. Some are new, and I'll introduce them and give some background relative to that. But basically, there are operational things I want to share briefly, and there are budgetary considerations. Of the $169 million that you're all considering in town meeting, we'll consider in May, or $11,100,081,124, give or take. Our request was a little bit more than that, but to make it fit inside the levy limit, we had a reduction in fiscal projection 1, which the growth is about $316,000 over 7 divisions. The largest division being public buildings, as you know. Having said public buildings, I will tell you Joe Sexton was with us, left maybe in October, and we replaced him with John Hamilton, and John Hamilton's now the division manager, and he will speak to that budget. There are 89 positions inside of Public Works across the 7 divisions. Probably 85 or 84 are filled currently. We have had some transition, especially in the highway department. Peter Laramie is here today. He replaced Nick Repecta. You all enjoyed Nick's company for 20 years, and it can't be understated the work that he did to get us through many snowstorms and problems. And Peter's the same way, super responsive in terms of getting a complaint, tracking it down, finding a solution. And that's what Public Works really is doing, is finding and listening and being honest and responding to the public. So that's a little bit of a spiel relative to the operation, but Peter's been great, John's been great. Tim Maroney replaced Dan Raleigh as the sewer and water superintendent, and obviously John Hamilton was an assistant. So we have a succession plan in place. We're training people up to be able to take these spots, and we feel good about that. You'll hear from Kevin Esposito in a minute about Parks and Cemetery. And I just want to take a minute. He's going to retire in April. He might want to tell you that, but I want to acknowledge the work he's done well before I got here, and has been an asset to me and the organization throughout. So I want to thank Kevin for his time and service here, and he will be missed. So I want to acknowledge that. Of the budget, like I said, the driving costs here for the 316 are a combination of recognizing driving energy costs and then modest contract adjustments that total about 2% of the total. So it's modest at best. The public buildings piece, again, is 51% of this total budget of the 11,000,001. From an operational standpoint, I just want to acknowledge a couple quick pieces. Down at South Street, we had a number of pieces of equipment that Joel took on and got to auction, and it yielded the town to the general fund about $69,000. It also took away liability from our insurance. If we were insuring those things, those came off. I'm trying to just give you all a picture of just the level of professionalism these folks have, and hopefully the leadership I'm providing to those folks. We did a safety audit down at that same location, and there were minor and major things that we addressed immediately, from trip hazards with hoses, broken ladders, small things that just needed to be paid attention to. People get busy and they just keep working, and we need to pay attention to their safety and keep our liabilities down, and we're all taking that seriously through the inspection, through the changes we've made, and through a monthly we just do a walk around and we look and we make sure people are properly protected with PPE and the environment is safe and clear of obstructions, tripping hazards, and so forth. You'll also hear great news from Christina and Gosha relative to an EPA $2.7 million grant that will enhance recycling services at South Street. A lot is revolving around South Street and this whole messaging. There's no underpinning tone of facility here, but we are trying to make modest improvements as we go operationally. In fleet and for roadway improvements, which is really the core thing of what we do, is fixing roads. We don't really have a systematic approach, but we've got an asset management program that's allowing us to look at the PCI index objectively, and Justin will cover this in his presentation, but we have about $900 to $1 million in Chapter 90 funds that we use on roads every year. It's just simply not enough to keep the roads up to where they need to be and where the folks in this community want them to be. So we're devising a plan to objectively go through methodically with that asset management plan to provide a better sense to the community, to this committee, to the board, and ultimately to town meeting on what the funding needs are to keep the roads in better shape. You're at a PCI index, pavement condition index, at 52. We really need to be in the 80s. It's just going to take a long time. So we're analyzing the backlog. The most important thing of this is we coordinate with public utilities to do work once in a public right-of-way and not go back and fix something that the gas company comes in a year later after we paved the road. We want to have those conversations up front. It seems so simple, but there's so many communities that just don't do it. So we're doing that, and we're focusing on that. We're using GIS to track complaints for snow, potholes. We'll have a heat map. We'll be able to direct resources effectively and efficiently to those particular areas that are of concern to the residents and where we get calls from. So those things are all very important. The other big piece, back to the budget, we rolled all of the division managers' automobile line items for preventative maintenance into fleet for a couple of different reasons, but mainly just to have greater control and maybe leverage some purchasing power and allow Joel, one person, to make good decisions that go back to that asset management component and that piece, so we can make strategic investments and decisions based on data versus someone made a better presentation on why they needed a vehicle. So we have a policy on that, and it's very strict, but we have accountability standards, and we want to link everything back to the strategic plan and reduce emissions and have efficiencies and really look at the vehicles we're purchasing. So those are all things that we've been working on since my arrival here back in October. I think you'll see three overarching pieces here. Every division has a mission, it has goals, and it wants to fulfill them. They're all dedicated to public service. They want to protect the taxpayers' money, which I think you all would appreciate and the community will appreciate. I came from a management background. I know how difficult it is to be on a finance committee or a town meeting to consider these considerations, and I view this group as being very thoughtful in their decision process and their ask. So they've provided a responsible request for their budget and capital, and they are good stewards of the public's funds. So I'll stop talking and let Kevin come up, or I'll happy to answer any questions. Let me just finish before I do that. if we get through this, because you got a ton of information today, if something comes up later on and you need an answer, if you email me, I will track that down for you and get you an answer. So just, I don't want to leave anything languishing out there, so if you have something that's important that we don't cover today, email me. I know you will anyways, but I just want to say it aloud. But yeah, I'm happy to answer questions, or we can bring Kevin right up.
Questions from,
One question.
yeah, just,
Yep. With the turnover that you had, especially at the leadership positions, was that due to retirements, to people leaving voluntarily?
Yeah, Andy he lives in Worcester, had a better opportunity to be closer to home in a higher leadership position inside of the DPW in Worcester, and Nick closer to home in Sutton, I believe.
Okay.
So, yeah, no removal from the organization for performance-related items.
Victor?
Thank you. Thank you, Tim, for that very nice overview. So I had a couple of questions related to the challenges that you listed out in the memo that you provided to the Finance Committee. And I have a feeling it somehow ties into things like the PCI that you mentioned. We're at 52, and you're targeting that we should be in the 80s. So maybe I'll just break it down into two questions, and if you can, then you
Sure.
can provide answers to that. So the first is basically, you mentioned we're not very competitive when it comes to staffing in terms of salary.
Correct.
So we don't have a quality pool to pick up from. So I was wondering, do we have any data in terms of where we are at in terms of our salary offerings and the wider state, the Commonwealth?
I should, you want me to answer that piece?
Yeah.
I should qualify that. That's anecdotally me seeing people that we hire that stay for 6-10 months, get certifications, and then move on. And we have things in place to have them repay us for those items. If they get a CDL and they leave us before a year, they have to pay that money back. But they leave because they're closer and because the other organizations are offering more money. And it's $1 or $2. It's not tens of thousands over a year. It's an hourly rate of maybe 1 to 2. I know that these are contracted union positions, so it's difficult for management to say that aloud. But we need to be competitive. And if we know that, we acknowledge it, we'll get there. But I don't have particular data. I know the HR department is working on a salary study now,
Yeah,
a comp and
Tim, I
class
can
plan.
jump in if that's helpful.
Yeah,
So we typically compensate around the 60th percentile. So we do have people who are leaving for that $1,000 or $2,000 more. We have had a lot of turnover within our highway division, and we are seeing people go to other communities. We have 1 year left in this contract cycle for our SEIU union. So around this time next year, we're going to be undergoing that analysis with our comparable communities and making our first proposal for when we sit down with the union. But as Tim is saying, it's mutually beneficial for us to have a competitive contract because we want to have good people in the door, we don't want to have turnover, and they want to have licensed, experienced coworkers to work alongside.
Thank you, Christina. And you said we're at the 60th percentile currently?
We typically compensate around the 60th percentile.
Okay, thank you. The second part of the question I had, it was related to, you mentioned that managing from a distance is a big challenge, and the working conditions also with the leaking roofs and all that, so that's totally a fair point. In terms of efficiency, I mean, this might be, I don't want to put you on the spot, but where do you think we're at, maybe in a percentage, as far as you could be, like, you say you're operating at 70% efficiency because you're remote management. Do you have any idea about how much could be improved if you did have local access to your team? And how would the town benefit from that?
I don't think I can give you a global, because I discover things every day. I mean, working here is just like peeling an onion. It's just, there's always another layer. But I can give you an example. I'll tell you a story. We had a contract that was let and designed 2 or 3 years ago for a water line. And we had a dispute with the contractor. He came in, we sat down, we talked about it. And he shared some things just from years ago. This is 4 or 5 years ago. The design documents, which I don't know if we did in-house or if we did with a third party. It doesn't matter. The fact was there were 22 bid specs taken out, and there were 2 returned. The spread between the highest and lowest bidder was $700,000. The reason why it was $700,000 because that bidder, there were unknown pieces in that contract, things that maybe could have been on that plan. And if you're in an environment where you can interact with the water guys, the sewer guys, the people who've been here for 25 years and have a conversation about that plan before it gets put out to bid, you can make that a little better. So that plan didn't have an abandoned gas line on it. So the contractor was upset that he had to deal with that, and we didn't have it on the plan. He was upset that we didn't have the water tie-ins on the plan. And all those things, just because of the evidence of 22 taken out, 2 returned, and a disparity of $700,000, they're basing that $700,000 on the unknown. If we can provide that ahead of time and just spend time with the people who are in the field, the end users who know where everything is, we have to rely on those people. If we were closer to them, and this is, I'm not trying to make a case, but this is one of the things that I think is an example of how we can do better. But I can't give you a percentage of we're at 80% efficiency. I would be making it up. But I can just give you that one example of, I think, if we were in the same building and we're all communicating, just even if we're just walking by, there's information to be gathered every day when we interact with people. And if we don't interact, we don't get that information.
Thank you. That's all I have.
So last year, we voted on the DPW, we identified safety issues for there and improvements there, not, you did like an OSHA walkthrough and found some problems. We're not, from the appropriated fund, giving any capital improvements there. So do you have a different fund that you're drawing money in to fix the identified problems, or are we just not fixing them?
I guess we're doing incremental things under the operating budget. There is, you know, just for the gas tanks alone that are underground, those are $1 million items that need to be done. You know, we're still coalescing as a community around what we do next. So as those problems, we will rely on operating budgets to fix those problems.
So you don't have a reserve fund or revolving fund that you're drawing from then?
No.
Okay, thank you.
And one more question. From a leadership perspective, are you trying to implement AI in any way? I know we have Gemini now. Are you using that in any way, maybe planning out plow routes or looking over road maps or anything like that?
Well, the asset management, I'm sure, has a component of AI in it. AI is good, and we want to use it. I embrace it just for our policy SOP development and training purposes. But in terms of a global launch, I think that's an organization-wide discussion. So we do small incremental pieces, but I can't like put a tag on one thing and say this is AI.
But it is available, and you guys are utilizing it in some capacity.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
So from meeting minutes that we have internally with staff through Otter AI, we have good meeting minutes relative to discussions, and they get disseminated automatically. There's those automatic things that happen.
Yes.
Tim, I wanted to ask a little bit more clarity on the water, the unaccounted water. I did see, that was me who raised the question, and I did see your response. I'm just curious. I feel like this issue's really not improving, and I feel like it's been going on probably long since most people in this room even began in these positions. If you could just add a little bit more color on why we can't make better progress with that initiative. To see the amount of water we're losing and what we're paying is just significant, and it just doesn't seem to get better. I don't know if you can add any more than you already did in your response.
Yeah, well, I think that was Maroney's response.
Oh, okay.
So he's probably going to speak the next time he's prepared to.
That's fair. We can wait then.
But all right, I mean, I will tell you that this ERT meter replacement component that we're piloting now will solve some of that. I don't know how much, because we just don't know how much we're losing from that particular component.
Okay.
There's different nodes that are losing water, and we're trying to eliminate them as we go.
Okay, fair enough.
But Maroney will give you the whole scoop on that.
I'd just like to inject, all these departments are gonna come after this, so some of these direct questions will go to them directly on there. And I think we thank you, and we'll bring up the first
I'm
presenter.
sorry I was long-winded, I just wanted to give you some
on
context.
there.
But thank you, Kevin.
Welcome, Mr. Esposito, and we're on page 163 and 161 as far as the budgets go. Good morning.
Good morning.
Like to introduce yourself. Most of us know you, but
Kevin Esposito, Division Manager for Parks and Cemetery Maintenance.
thank you.
I give you a brief overview of our divisions. The Parks and Cemetery Maintenance Division is staffed by a Division Manager, Parks and Cemetery Supervisor, a Cemetery Program Manager, and 4 maintenance craftsmen. All our full-time assist the Highway Division with snow and ice removal. We were also supported by 5 part-time employees from April through early December who assist with trash removal at parks and schools, sports field maintenance, brush cutting and weed trimming, and other general maintenance. We continue to use contractual help for the mowing and trimming of some of the park facilities, including the ones located in various subdivisions and the cemetery. The division also maintains parks and cemetery trees, utilizing contracted services for trimming and hazardous removals. We are responsible for the maintenance of town parks, including all town and school playgrounds, school athletic fields, and the operation of Mountain View Cemetery. The division works alongside the other DPW divisions and the Recreation Department, providing any needed support for their programming and special events. We also support the Trails Committee, the Lake Quinsigamon Commission, Town Center Committee, local veterans and scout organizations, and other volunteer groups. We also manage CPA projects that are proposed on parks facilities. Regarding the budget, our proposed FY27 budget provides for level services with the only increases in staff salary funding. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have on that.
Questions from the
I
committee?
had one question.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Kevin. Just a question on, you had mentioned in the memo that we were using a robotic line painter
Yes.
in the schools, the sports field. So I was wondering, do you see cost savings in that, and could that be applied to other park maintenance as well, like cutting the grass and all that? Is there possibility?
It's a time saving. The machine is faster than people, and we send less people when we have to mark out a field because it's all done on a pad, on a screen, so we don't have to go out and physically set up strings and put pins in corners and stuff like that. So once you have it on the pad, it works off a GIS system, and it sends you just push start and the machine goes out. It can do a soccer field in 17 to 20 minutes, where it would take us a lot longer. So our real savings is in time for the employees, so they can be on other projects, and it uses less paint than using the standard pushing machines.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? I just have one quick one on the Capitol. Is this the lighting and the AV system come under your jurisdiction?
No, the lighting would be co-sponsored by us, but it's through the Recreation Department and CPA.
Yeah, okay. I'm just asking the question.
Yeah.
Okay. Would you like to continue with cemetery? You want to give us maybe an update on the new cemetery, the progress, and how we stand financially?
Well, right now, I believe we're at about 80% on the construction phase. The contractor had a pretty aggressive time schedule last year. It didn't pan out. They were actually here till December 19th, and then the bad weather broke in, so they ended their operations at that point. So we're still waiting for the place to dry out a bit for them to get back in here and resume construction. Paving, the base paving had been done So we still need finished paving, and there are other areas that they're still working on as far as getting loomed and seeded. It's all weather, it's all on the weather right now on when they can get back in here. Once that's done, then we would have to have sections actually marked out with, you know, individual markers for the actual graves, and then move on from there.
Is it all still within budget without any problems?
Right now, it is. I mean, I believe we still have $500,000 left in that particular account. I know some of that's gonna have to go for probably the markouts, and anything else that might come up, I don't know if there'll be any more punch item lists. We'll see when it's completed.
I just bring it up because if the public is watching, I think people have been asking for
Yep,
updates,
every day.
how we stand on there.
Jean?
Yes, Kelly?
How often do you renew the contracts for the third parties that come in that assist with mowing, especially at Mountain View?
3 years.
And is it one contractor that does the mowing for all of it, the newer section and the historic, or is it separate?
The whole cemetery is one contract.
Okay.
Right.
Is it included in the spec for that contract if there's different requirements in the historic section? Or is it simply a common spec across
No,
that
it's
whole contract?
It's just common mowing and trimming.
Okay. I know from previously actually being on Historic District Commission, there were some concerns in the historic section. I'm sure it would increase or affect the cost of the contract in some way if we were to ask them to be a little more careful in the historic section so that, for instance, a knocked over stone isn't just being mowed over with a piece of equipment. When is that the existing 3-year contract up?
We just finished, we're still in the first year.
In the first
So
year,
it would be-
okay.
It would be 2 more.
Has there ever been a thought to changing the spec that would, of course, drive their costs, but also their service levels in the historic section?
I mean, it's been brought up now that we're actually doing a major restoration project in there.
Okay, so potentially the next time that contract comes up for negotiation, the specs might be updated.
Yeah, I mean, there's always that we could, you know, tell the contractor that's in there now, you know, that extra care should be used. I mean, you can clearly see that the project is moving, and, you know, stones are whiter and brighter and
Yeah.
stuff like that. So overall, we've had very few problems with them as far as hitting stones or, you know, things like that. So they seem to do a very, very professional job.
Awesome, thank you.
Yes,
At the new cemetery, have they put in the urn piece? When's that gonna go in? And is there supposed to be a building put in there as well?
Somewhere, there's supposed to be 2 buildings at the new cemetery. I'm not sure what the timing is or the plan actually is for that.
Okay, so we're not expecting that to be done in this year probably then?
No.
yes, David?
Just to follow up what Kelly said, when you say a 3-year contract, is it a 1-year contract with 2 option years, or is it a 3-year contract?
We have the option to terminate it after the first year, but we've never had to do that.
But so, I understand there's always a clause to terminate, but is it a 1-year contract and 2 option years, or a 3-year contract? Because that makes a difference, because if it's a optional year contract, you can actually add those to it, and compared to a 3-year contract, where, like you said, it's difficult to add additional things to it.
Yeah.
So I'm just trying to figure out.
To my
which
knowledge,
contract it is.
it's just a straight out 3-year. They're 3-year contracts.
Okay, thank you.
Well, there are no other questions. Is there any questions from the public? Yes.
Anand Sharma, 102 Stony Hill Road. So I have 2 basic questions. First question is regarding the road condition. I would like to know why our road are so very wet nowadays. So many places we have potholes, all those. Why we don't have budget, or we don't have a workforce to deal with that. The second question, recently we faced about the snow plowing. Why, like all this time all the workforce came, they are not looks like skills. They damage so many mailbox, and so many properties also, the corner, all those we damaged. All the places who has like cleaned the snow on the driveway, they create the snow bank. So I would like to know the answer of those two questions.
If I
Give me
could
the
just,
second part again,
It's all highway related.
yeah, I was gonna say, if we could hold off on
Okay.
that till we get to the highway department itself, I'd rather address it that way than in a general
Okay.
discussion right now, if you
Okay, thank you.
will. Thank you, Anya. If not, we thank you very much, and we thank you for everything you've done for the town, and that you have a wonderful retirement.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin.
The next will be solid waste, and that's on page 213.
Jean, could we
Oh.
just switch? We're gonna do Public Works Administration first and then solid waste,
Okay.
if that's okay.
So we're going to 143.
Good morning. Yeah, Gosha and I just wanted to change the order. We figured we'd cover the business management division overall first and then dive into solid waste and recycling. So, good morning. I'm Christine Muse. I'm the division manager for business management, the DPW business manager. The business management division provides comprehensive central office support for all 6 of the other DPW divisions. We have 8 FTEs on the team across 5 separate functions, those being utility billing, financials, which consists of accounts payable and payroll, customer service, permitting, and of course, solid waste and recycling. And Gosha will join me in the next session to talk more about solid waste and recycling. We have a fantastic team. We work seamlessly together to support the needs of the DPW in general, management, as well as our almost 40,000 constituents in town. The budget request for this year for Public Works Administration, which includes Tim's FTE DPW director salary as well, is about 8%, just north of 8% of the overall DPW budget. And our FY27 budget request is 2.34% higher, or about $21,000 higher than the FY26 budget. So not a lot of excitement there. 2% of the 2.34% increase is just the cost of living adjustment for non-union salaries on the team, and the rest is a slight increase in operational expenses. So I thought I'd spend just a minute talking about the items that we requested in the budget that are not seen in fiscal projection 1. I'll start with a little bit of backdrop on a project that we undertook this year. We're terming it DPW Forward. So we are looking to consolidate and optimize some of the financial management practices within the DPW, which historically have been performed kind of by a combination across the different division managers as well as the prior assistant town manager for finance administration. So when you think of things like revenue analyses and modeling and rate setting for water and sewer, bond tracking and management, cash flow projections, all that great stuff. Mr. Mizikar asked us to take a step back and take a look at kind of what those needs are and how we want to fulfill those needs in the future. And does that potentially require some professional expertise in terms of consultant knowledge on what those best practices are, what they look like, how we can really optimize things for the future. So I had originally included in the budget request a management analyst position that might take on a lot of that work. But then in further discussions, we decided that we really wanted to try to leverage the expertise of a consultant to really define and determine before we wanted to put any hiring in place. So so we're going to take it in that step. So that's why you see that management analyst position not funded for this year, but instead we will leverage professional services funds to have that consultant review. So the other aspects of the ask in my budget request were actually funded from other sources. The professional services line item, I had about $35,000 in there for that consultant review, but it turns out that there are some funds available through a warrant article on efficiency and optimization that we can leverage instead, so that didn't need to be funded. And then there was another $15,000 in safety training that it turned out we had some additional funds in the water and sewer budget that we could leverage for that safety training instead. So that's why those were not funded. They just kind of came through different sources. So, so with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Questions from the committee?
I had one question.
Yes.
Thank you, Christine.
Sure.
I was just wondering, like you mentioned the financial management system and all that. How closely integrated is the DPW system with the rest of the towns? And could it be sort of like a joint project? I don't know the details of it, but I just want to hear your.
Yeah. Do you mean across the rest of the town departments?
Is that, yes.
Yeah. So, and my, kind of baseline understanding, just from the perspective of my position, is that I think there's some really unique needs within the DPW relative to all of the, capital projects that we have going on. So I don't think that there would necessarily be a nexus with the other town departments, but that's certainly something that we could take into consideration as we kind of move forward with this initiative. But we're really excited because I think it's going to be a great opportunity for us to be just a little bit more on our front foot relative to management of projects and consistency in how we manage projects, and being able to close out warrant articles more quickly when we're done with them and leverage the funding elsewhere. So we're very excited about the opportunity that this will present.
Thank you. No more questions.
Yes, go ahead.
No more
Oh.
questions. No more.
Any additional questions from the committee? No? And I guess we can bring,
Great. Thank you.
thank you very much, solid waste and
Yeah, she's
recycling.
coming. Yes.
Those are on page 213.
Good morning, everyone. Sorry,
Good morning.
it's me. Gosia Stolarska, Solid Waste and Recycling Program Manager. I've been with the town since 2022, and as Christine mentioned, Solid Waste and Recycling falls under Business Management Division. Main responsibilities are to manage the relationships with all the vendors, track invoices, handle all the pay-as-you-throw, budgeting, managing the grant submission, keeping up with Mass DEP requirements, as well as all the program aspects like food waste, mattress, holiday lights collection. I wanted to talk a little bit first about the revenues. It's very important to bring the budget from fiscal 26 in a fall special town meeting. We reduced the budget by $160,000, and current revenue projections are slightly behind, as we are about 69% in for the fiscal 26 budget, which is about 2% behind. That might change any moment, but I just wanted to mention that. Fiscal 27, we're projecting an increase in revenues. That is mainly due to the pay-as-you-throw bag increase. This is related to the scheduled by Select Board and approved by Select Board rate increase of 7% for fiscal 27. And the rest of the revenues stays at the same level projection as previous years. And also, we do sell the discounted pay-as-you-throw bags for residents who qualified for exemptions. A little bit more about the bag sales. We conduct an analysis of the bag sales dating back to 2022, showing a flat overall sales volume. However, most significant factor impacting revenues is the shift with residents' preferences. Residents prefer purchasing the small bags versus the large bags. In 2025 calendar year, small bags volume reached the highest annual level. However, the second quarter of 25, which is April through June, recorded the lowest sales volume of the bag sizes compared to the previous years. So, and with the numbers, that is 177,000 versus 197,000 of bags, so a significant increase over there. Charges, the operating budget for solid waste and recycling for fiscal is $3.5 million, and that includes salaries, operation expenses have the biggest impact on the program. In the salaries, to address the department increasing needs, we have requested a new part-time position. The salary for each is included in the fiscal 27 projection. This route monitor recycling center role is essential as we prepare to implement our Swiffer grant program, and we're working to lower the contamination levels. At the moment, this position will focus strictly on recycling cart monitoring to have our contamination levels under controls. but it will also assist the program manager with specific programs like mattress, food waste, and any other program implementation that we might come up with. The expense line 456 is composed of the charges for hauling of trash and recycling. This is over $2 million charge. Disposal of trash and recycling about 800,000. Yard waste collection 160, and others like pay as you throw, office supplies, disposal of items. As you can see, we have only 1.88% increase, which is 62,500 in that line, and we achieved this relatively low increase due to some cost-saving measures. We evaluated our current yard waste collection. We had 12 weeks of yard waste collection at the curb pickup, and we were able to find out that the summer months were underutilized, so we decided to supplement them with the curbside, with the drop-offs. Also, we did extend our contract by 1 year with Casella. We took that opportunity instead of going out to bid and creating another year. Another contract. We just extended that. So by shifting from 12 to 7 weeks of curbside pickup, we will be saving approximately $100,000 over there, which is significant change. And we're also leveraging grant funding to cover cost of the food waste drop-off. That is about $10,000. And other increases are strictly contractual, so between 3 and 5% increases. There are new lines in the budget 27. We never budgeted before any additional dwellings, which is very important, and we will just put amount of money strict by the contract. But after analyzing, we are adding on a yearly basis between 15 to 20 houses with EDU developments. We're expecting that rising dramatically, and that is additional $6,500 over there just in case to cover any additional costs that might come up. And we're requesting $15,000 for AI innovations as a cost-saving technology. We would like to find a way to detect bags that are not in compliance, that are going into the truck, and find a way of any ways to find the contamination levels as well. The funding consists of 53.19% from the tax levy and 46.81% from the enterprise fund. The 5-year fee model will be further reviewed this spring. Given the revenue challenges, further adjustments might be needed to maintain that 50-50 split between the enterprise and the fund at the tax levy. The challenges with the budget, the biggest challenge is the projection of the pay-as-you-throw revenues. We don't know how residents' preference will be later on, and if it might shift even more towards small bags or maybe going with the private haulers. That impacts our revenues. And another big challenge is the recycling market. We cannot predict what's going to happen next year and how's that going to shift and what effect it's going to have on our budget. In the next slide, Alex, if you could switch to that one. Solid Waste is requesting a hybrid vehicle. It's the capital purchase request. That vehicle will help us with daily operations as we're preparing for the role of a curbside auditor. That person will be using the vehicle on a daily basis, checking the carts, checking compliance with recycling and the trash. And that's it. Thank you.
Just before I open it up to questions, you want to touch at all on the latest grant you just received in general? I don't want to get into details yet on it, but if you just...
Yes. So in 2024, I have to think about it, we applied for EPA grant, SWIFR, for territories and infrastructure. And it's been a long process. We attempt that grant the previous year. That was in 2023, right after I started. We unfortunately did not receive that one. So when the opportunity came up and the grant went out again, we applied and we were successfully selected. So we received around 2.7 million from EPA. We were awarded. We didn't receive anything yet. But this is a big challenge, big change for us coming up. With that, we're planning to establish a town-operated recycling center. We will be able to collect household hazard waste materials that we've been sending people to Sutton for. We'll be able to have our yard waste drop-off on a daily basis for residents. A big thing is the food waste curbside collection that we're planning to establish. So there's a lot of planning parts and moving parts. EPA's budget is a little bit different, so they're operating as of October. We can't spend any money until then. So it's a lot of planning, and in the next couple months, we will be working on the details of that.
Before we get into any discussion on the grant, I want to stay on focus here. Do we have any questions on the waste removal aspect of it first? Yes, David.
Good morning.
Morning.
So pretty much all of your income is coming through the bulk stickers and the pay-as-you-throw bag.
That's correct.
As we're doing it, we're shifting, instead of 60% town paid, it's going to 50% town paid, which is about $200,000 this fiscal year more, which causes the bags to go up.
Yes.
Then as we do more recycling, less bags are used. As you can see, people are trying to maximize what they can get into the bags, causing the bags to be reduced purchased, which causes the price to go up because the overall price has to be paid. And this cycle of nothing but raising the bags eventually is going to hit a tipping point where people just use private companies to pick up the garbage, but use the town for all the recycling, which is going to be just a death spiral down for your income. So how do you plan, and we'll get into the new things, I think the new thing is going to, with hazardous waste, is going to put those through the roof. How do you plan to sort of stop the bleeding out of that and stabilize your income?
Mm-hmm. So definitely we'll have to see if this model is still efficient, but we're also working with Board of Health on a private hauler regulation that will allow us to, or maybe residents to choose only private hauler for their trash and recycling, and not just using recycling from the town and using private hauler for trash. This is a significant impact on the town. If we just pay for recycling, which is extremely expensive, but we're not getting revenue from those households, it has an impact on us. So we hope that Board of Health will approve the regulation. We will have a public hearing on April 23rd, and hopefully that's going to help us a little bit.
And I'll just, can I comment on that? Would it be okay if I comment on that? Because I know it's a future thing, but if I'm paying taxes that funds half the program and you're refusing my services because I don't buy the other service, I think for me personally, that's a problem. I am paying my taxes, 50% of it go to your program. And if you don't have a financial model that supports it, I shouldn't be affected by that.
Maybe I will have town
And
managers.
I put it out now because, as Kevin knows, I have opinions about a lot of this stuff.
Yes.
But I just say that now, like I don't like that solution, just heads up. Well, the last thing, and I'll stop after this. The food waste program is voluntary. Are you making it mandatory when you have pickup?
So we'll be working on the details. Definitely would like as many participants as possible. It's a huge difference that it's gonna make for the town, and if we can divert as much food waste as possible, that would be the best. But we didn't go into those details that deep. It's a 3-year project that we will be starting, so there will be more to come about that.
Okay, thank you.
So, Mr., can I add a little bit?
Yes, you sure can.
So you have to remember whenever we reduce trash going to the incinerator, we're also saving dollars because there's a cost associated with the tipping. So it's not like if there's less bags that the cost of the program will remain the same. The cost of the program will decline as we incinerate less trash. And right now it's about 50-50. right? 50% of the costs of the program are associated with the curbside collection, the truck and the humans driving around picking things up at the curb. The other 50% is the cost of disposal of the items. So as we dispose of less items, the costs will go down. So there is a balance there. It's not like we can put ourselves out of business, you know, if we were 100% recyclable. And that's not possible, at least as I understand the solid waste program right now. To the food waste part of that, food waste is the heaviest type of solid waste in the trash stream right now. So that program will be essential to continue the financial stability of this as we continue to make changes. So there's many things that we're doing in the program now and in the future that is also reducing costs, just not choking revenues. And I understand what you're saying about if the tax levy is contributing 50%, that we shouldn't deny anyone recycling. But you have to remember, we're not obligated to pick up trash at the curb. And there's many other programs in town where a fee is charged or the tax levy is used that doesn't impact an individual household. So if you live on a private way, you know, we don't, you know, fully repair and maintain that private way. That doesn't impact your tax bill. It's still based on the property value. So you have to aggregate beyond a single program, I think, before. I understand what you're saying because you can see it, but I just don't think that's the fairest comparison. It's a bigger portfolio of services that we provide and what we have to provide and what we don't provide, where things balance out for all residents.
Yes.
I had a follow-up. David?
And Kevin, I absolutely understand where you're coming from on that, but any program which restricts my rights to do something, I must throw out this, I must do that, I must pay for something that other people that I've denied. I think and this is just a different philosophy. The government should not mandate me to do something, nor deny me services I am paying for, even if it's to the general thing. In other words, and that's a different philosophy we have. We've talked about that stuff. So
Sure.
I just share that with you. There might be more than one other person in the town that feels that way, but just letting you know. But I appreciate your point of view, sir. Sure. I'm sorry.
I had a couple questions about the capital request. So I'm assuming somebody has done the math here, but it's cheaper to buy the vehicle than reimburse for mileage of that auditor's private vehicle?
I think it will be very hard to track every mile of the person driving around the town, and thinking about the future and what the program might look like in a couple years, that will be the best way to invest.
Sure. So saving on time of tracking rather
Yeah.
than necessarily per mile. Okay. And then are there going to be fees associated with non-compliance? Are we expecting additional revenue from that as individual homes are audited?
So what we're trying to do with the audit is to avoid the cost when the recycling gets to the facility. So we want to check on that bin before it gets dumped. So if it's not in compliance, we're not anticipating fees for now.
Okay.
But if someone does on a weekly basis not improving, we might talk to that resident or send a letter to inform them what is happening and what needs to change before we can start picking the recycling up. We just want to make sure that the recycling comes clean to the facility.
Sure.
Yeah, and that definitely has an impact on costs relative to the contamination levels,
Yes.
you know.
Yes, that has been an extensive discussion here, which is why I was asking. Awesome, thank you.
Thank you, Jean. So I just had one request and one question. The request is the data you shared about the frequency of how small bags are being bought more and when the rate of buying is high. I think you said April to June. Could you share that with the committee?
Yes, of
that
course,
information, that would
yes.
be great. The question I had, and I don't know if it ties into this, but every year we've been talking a little bit about the landfill being reaching full capacity. So how does that tie into your planning in terms of cost and revenues? Because at some point we're going to have to move somewhere else, and is that going to be a big expense, or how does that tie into all of this that you just shared?
So I can talk a little bit to it. Last year we met with Wind Waste as we were doing a tour of the facility, the one at what's the street? On Route 20, I'm sorry. And I did ask that question as I was doing some other research, what's going to happen with the facility? And they said that they have actually other ways to keep the landfill going, because the landfill reaches a capacity, I think, in 2028. That's the original plan. They didn't want to share much information, but they said that there are a way to keep it going a little longer than it's anticipated. So I hope it's gonna happen, and with today's technology, it shouldn't be that hard.
I'll just add a little bit if I can. So, two things really from my perspective. So, the landfill receives Shrewsbury ash, once it gets incinerated at the Millbury facility, along with a number of other cities and towns that are incinerated there, and a couple other incinerators in the Commonwealth and from the state of New York. So it's not just Shrewsbury ash that goes there. So I think the challenge with the landfill closing is a revenue challenge and not a solid waste program challenge. So we get those revenues into local receipts, which we update with you. So if it were to close, then we have a revenue issue in our overall revenue model to deal with, and we are cognizant of that and thinking about it, and trying to understand what WIN is doing as that date keeps getting closer and closer. That wouldn't really impact the solid waste program as far as collection and disposal. If Shrewsbury were to close, that means the ash from the Millbury facility would have to go to another ash monofill somewhere in the region. And there are other ones. The largest one is in Putnam, Connecticut. So it's more of a revenue issue than an operational challenge.
So Kevin, if we shift to somebody else and we have to pay them, will our expenditures go up?
We do get a discount in how we negotiate our tipping fee with WIN. So those tipping fees could go up a little bit, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So thank you. I have a couple of follow-ups to Vikram's question, and I saw the detailed response about the illegal dumping, right? I mean, that involves so many other departments also, and that has a lot of cost associated with it. So tying back to Vikram's point and Victoria's point, I think, don't we think that it is prudent to kind of probably utilize that expenditure that you're asking for the vehicle to kind of focus on identification of like how can we avoid that illegal dumping and get more, maximize the savings? Just a thought.
So I think Highway Division might be speaking more to the illegal dumping problem, but I think what could really prevent that is the cameras that the team is working to get from Mass DEP. I don't think presence of a person on the street will stop anyone, as we don't know when those illegal dumpings happen. So maybe if there's someone around during the day, maybe it will prevent, but I don't know if that's going to have a big impact.
Yeah. And I'm sure Highway will get more into it, but that's a great point, Gosha, about the cameras that we just received. My understanding is we just received a grant for additional cameras so that we can better monitor and detect and try to pursue.
Gotcha. Two more things,
Yeah,
if
go
I
ahead.
may ask. So this is, by the way, this is a great initiative that you are having, more about audits, about the curbside. Can you make sure to make resources available, like educational resources available for residents? Because one thing is to check and audit, but then if the community is not well prepared in terms of what does clean means before it kind of gets into the dumpster, then it's a losing proposition. You know what I mean? So I think through the monthly or the bi-weekly newsletters that go out, I think if we can reinforce those learnings or the educational materials that can be made available, I think that will replicate the success even more than what you're looking for.
Definitely, thank you for that suggestion. We will definitely work on outreach and education, and if there is any tagging of the recycling carts, we will make sure that the residents know what was the issue to fix it for the future. So I don't have those handy yet, but we will plan to have some sort of tagging system and maybe even pictures, because we've heard that it's more impactful than just words. So definitely
Yeah.
plan for.
And lastly,
Go ahead.
I know, I think last year or a year before, you had initiated a pilot program about the composter kits, right? So how many did we sell as a pilot? And does this kind of, in a larger scheme of things, roll into the household, recycling that you're planning to do it in the next couple of years?
So I can get you that data. I don't have it in front of me, but I have it in my files. We definitely increased the sales of the composters and food waste scrap buckets. And we have about 150 participants in the food waste drop-off that we have right here by the town hall. We had no issues with contamination. There's some issues with the structure of the container that we have, but we received a grant from Mass DEP to replace that, so hopefully we will find something that it's more sturdy than what it is over there. But I will definitely get you the data on the sales.
Thank you.
Just one quick question,
Yeah.
Jane, if I could, thank you. Do you have either an actual or, inferred through calculation percentage rate on the residential waste and recycling program participation? So do we have a sense, like if, as we look at bag prices changing and different programs offsetting overall cost and participation, will we be able to track changes in that residentially?
You're talking about folks that are using private haulers as opposed to the
As
town?
opposed to the town provided, yes.
So we did some research on that, and there's about 140 households currently using the private hauler for
Okay.
trash and continue to use the recycling in town. I don't have an exact data, but that's the idea. So if you think about that, it's one household's cost the town about $350. Including disposal, hauling, per year. So it will come up to about $30,000 in revenues that we're not receiving from those households.
Okay.
I'm just going to make one comment, and then we're going to just briefly talk about the grant for a few minutes, because some of my members have some definite questions that they want to ask. We're going to keep it to a minimum. But my only follow-up, have we had more complaints this year on the disposal, pickup, recycling from residents than we had in the previous year? Because there seems to be a lot more debris along the roadways than I ever remember since these programs have started.
I don't think we had more complaints. I think the service did improve compared to the first year of when our hauler started. I don't receive as many complaints. Sometimes we even get a thank you, which is great.
Well, I think some of that too was Casella had more vehicles they put onto the road, so the routes were taken care of a lot better. That was my observation on it.
so-
When their new vehicles came year after year and they were implementing them, it seemed to be better on there,
Okay.
so. Yes,
I'm sorry, before we move on, can I ask one more question?
sure.
So have you done a cost analysis of getting the vehicle, running the vehicle, maintaining the vehicle, the person's salary that's dedicated to go around and do the audits, compared to, like, I know we're looking for contamination rates. And what would that be? And if the contamination rate goes down, what is the point that that was no longer worth it to do? Assuming there's not fines, but there is fines, the person has to go to court, and they have to testify if the person appeals the ticket. So is that cost analysis of this is how much it's going to cost us and this is what the benefit will be, and where does that tipping point come from being done?
We did not run analysis from that perspective.
Yeah, and I would say this is, really kind of a new initiative that we're looking into with the objective of reducing the contamination rate. So we will certainly, once we have some learnings and see the value, cost benefit, then I think that'll inform, what we do going forward. But I would also say that the capital purchase as well as the part-time person will be helping with a lot more than just the recycling audits. You know, we can use this vehicle going forward into this major initiative that we're undertaking. And then they can also help with support of that initiative and, as Gosha said earlier, new programs that we'll be rolling out.
I did have one
Yeah, good,
comment.
good.
I would suggest looking into having fines for people that are habitual offenders. I know in the past we put stickers on the old bins that we had when people didn't do that, and I can tell you when I'd walk through my neighborhood with my dog, I would see people getting that sticker put on and, you know, twice a month. And what was even more concerning to me is they actually took the waste. Right? They put it in there even though there were pillows in there at times, and so I would suggest we do look at fines, because fines do change habits. I mean, if someone wants to continuously put the wrong thing in there, I'm not saying the first offense or the second offense, but after a couple offenses, if they're still doing it, either we take away the bucket, because it is, we do offer this service, it's not required by any town, many towns make you pay for it, then we should have some type of penalty for them, so that they do come into compliance.
Thank you for that suggestion.
Can I sneak one in?
Yeah.
Did I hear you say earlier, in terms of contamination, Gosha, that includes not authentic blue trash bags?
Yes, that happened a few times, that
Okay.
there'll be bags purchased possibly off the counter that wouldn't have the town logo on it,
Oh, I see. Okay.
blue, and then, driver just picks them up. Sometimes he
I
won't notice,
understand.
sometimes he wouldn't.
I wasn't sure if I heard that correctly. Thank you.
Just to follow up to that. So New York City had sanitation police into the mid-90s. It was a whole police unit just for sanitation. They had their own badges, but they got rid of them in the mid-90s due to the cost. It was inefficient. So I just bring that up as we talk fines and everything else, that there is a tipping point. It does control people's behavior, but it is at a cost to the town to only issue them, collect them, and again, testify in court when needed. So New York City's thought it wasn't feasible, so just, that should be something we could look at.
We're not New York City. We don't have the same things. We're doing spot checks on bags, which we're already doing, spot checks.
Okay,
So-
with that, I'm just gonna highlight on the grant, just touch on it on a high level, because we're gonna have a lot of time and a lot of review of this grant going forward over the next year and a half. So if the members do have some questions, we'll ask them at a high level, and then we'll leave it at that, more than get into the nitty-gritty, so.
I just had one question on it.
Go ahead.
So, first of all, congratulations, and thank you for all your hard work to get that grant. It's really commendable. And in its early stages, I know a lot of planning is going on, but is there potential for some revenue generating effort as a result of this grant, in terms of the infrastructure and all that we'll be building?
I'm sorry, can you ask that again?
Is there a possibility for some revenue generating outcome of this grant?
Yes, definitely. So recycling center, many items dropped off at the recycling center will be free of charge, like yard waste. But we're planning on a sticker that like other communities do have. Like if you look at Grafton, Hopkinton, there's a sticker per year. And we're planning that revenue from those stickers will help us allow the recycling center operate on its own.
That's all I.
Any other questions from, yeah?
Can I just follow up to your response, right? So there are other revenue generating opportunities, like some towns that I have seen is like when you do compost, you sell that back to the residents. If you are a resident, $1 a truck, right? Like
Yes.
a truck bed. But if you are outside resident, there is some other charge. So just stating out there.
Definitely, thank you.
Any additional questions? If not, we thank you very much.
Jean, do you need to open it to the public?
Oh, excuse me. Is there anybody in the public that has any questions? Yes, come forward.
So, Anand Sharma from Precinct 9102 Stony Hall. I have basic question. Whenever we install any plant or anything, as an engineer I can ask. So we have maintenance and operating cost also. So I would like to know in the long run and 5 year, how it going to happen. We need more employee to maintain that, or how it going to be dealt with. Main thing like concern only the taxpayer when they are going to increase their tax to paying that money, or how they will deal with that.
I can.
You wanna take it?
Yeah. I mean, so we are doing the full financial analysis of the grant at this point. When we built the original grant application, we wanted the programs to come in as cost neutral as possible. But, you know, this grant process with the federal government is, a 2-year process. We put the application in, and now it's kind of doubling down before we get the award. We haven't signed any contracts or anything like that, so we're in that. We've been awarded. Now we're doubling down on the diligence and the program development, and then October we'll be eligible to start receiving funds. But we're still shaping that up. But the intention of the grant is not to increase the burden on the tax levy; it's to reduce it. But we're working through those details, so I don't have the opportunity or the ability right now to tell you what that balance is, but we're focused on reducing costs to the taxpayers.
Okay. No, we will definitely want this to not burden on the taxpayer, because otherwise whatever the money we are getting, we can use that money to do the same recycling process, or maybe provide extra support for the taxpayer, but not add the extra money on the when we are doing it. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions from the public? If not, come forward to the podium. Give us your name and address, please.
Tony Bonaventura, 120 Howe Ave. First of all, I'm seeing, no pun intended, but we're talking about trash. Positive comment, I do think that the bags, the mill thickness, and the ties are very appropriate this time, I'm finding. Not too much, not too little, just right. So I just wanted to make that comment. The grant, it is time to talk about the grant, correct? We can, or are you delaying that until you, did you ask your questions about it? I'm just not sure.
Yeah, we did, but a very high level on it, because we haven't even received the grant yet. We're talking about it, we're investigating what can be done, we're asking for input from all the different departments that are gonna be involved with it on a high level right now. Until we bring it all together, I think it has to be just kind of general questions, rather than a detailed question itself.
Yep. So that's actually perfect. That's exactly my question. So when it comes to this grant, or any grants in town, does the finance committee take a look at this before we apply for the grants, or is it an after the fact thing?
Yeah, it's not a purview of the finance committee.
Okay. So, what concerned, major red flags went up for me when I, heard the excitement about this grant. Obviously I'm thinking 2.7 million, then I hear a little more information. I think that was, I could be off on that, but roughly that amount. And then I hear about capital expenditures, employees. And then I heard the question asked today, and also at the select board meeting that I was watching, was there a cost analysis done? And the answer is, we're working on it, like was spoken tonight. Well, what concerns me is, I feel like if we're going to get ourselves into something, that cost analysis should have been done before we even applied for it. Know the parameters of what that grant money is. When we spend the 2.5 million, what's that gonna look like? And how is that going to affect the community? And what are the costs gonna be? What's the 10, 20-year outlook on that? Because it's easy to start things and add services, but it's extremely difficult to pull them back. So that seemed to be missing and raised major red flags for me. I was actually stunned to hear that answer. So that's why I asked if you're involved, or if that's just, is it the select board? Is it each department gets to do their own thing? I'm very confused by that. So I don't know if anybody can answer that question.
I don't think we can answer that question right now, but I can assure you, as we progress along, we will be involved with it.
So is it something we could, if you didn't like it, could we back out of it? Are we stuck into certain terms? That's my question about why, my concern with why we don't do these things up front, because there's been other times when money's been available. and we utilize it, and then there's an ongoing cost. So it looks great at the beginning, but it's a cost in the end. If I could get a $10 million home for free, and the only deal was I had to stick with it forever, and I was the only person applying for that grant, and they would give it to me, I couldn't take the home. I couldn't afford to pay the ongoing cost, so that's kind of an analogy to what concerns me. And it's, of course, this is much smaller, but.
Can I just respond? So it's not a lack of analysis. It's a lack of specificity on the specific program that we're going to implement using the $2.7 million and what a recurring expense is and if it's appropriate and what the non-recurring expenses are, the capital investments. We are not using a $2.7 million grant program to try to increase the burden on taxpayers. It is the opposite of it. So as we burn into 45 minutes of talking about a $2 million tax levy project, like the grant is not being used as a vector to increase taxes in town, which seems to be the implication. It's the opposite of that. So rest assured, we'll continue to be transparent in the process. It wasn't a lack of understanding of the grant program and the cost of it going forward. It's just a lack of exact specificity of what program we're going to implement and what the recurring costs are and what the non-recurring costs are was what I was saying.
So I'll just say in closing, the only reason I stand here after, growing up in the town, knowing the town's history for over half a century, I've said it before, the average single-family tax bill in this town for my entire life was something I was very happy with. You would never see me at a meeting. In the last 6 or 7 years, there's been a major issue there. We've gone from decades of being at 135 or above as we compared to our neighbors all over the state and locally to about the 90th highest average single-family tax bill. That's not, we all play under the same rules. It's how we compare to other towns. I was happy. I lived in Worcester for a period of time. I came back, so I'm aware. I've worked in towns all over this central Massachusetts. I've been aware of that forever. I've bought real estate, so I understand how the cost has changed. Maybe some residents don't because they're not made aware of it. They feel some pressure, but they don't know where it's coming from. So the reason why I get concerned over all of these issues is because the bottom line isn't there. I'm not picking on any one item. I'm looking at them because there's a problem on the bottom line, the way I see it. And I've mentioned it here, I've mentioned it to the select board members, and I really haven't gotten good feedback on it, good conversation about that from anybody. But I know that residents have come in, I've seen them, they've come in and they've expressed the same concern, and in a quiet way, they're somewhat mocked. Some of them are seniors, and it's changing the shape of Shrewsbury's community. Now, it might be something we want to do, but everything contributes to that. So the fact that we have promises and everything's going to work out okay are not numbers that show us that we can talk about before we get grants like this. So it might work out or it might not, but who pays the bill if it doesn't? It's the town residents. So it's the only reason that I'm here. I would not be here if the bottom line was looking good. I would just trust that everything's going to work out. But that's not how it's been the last 6 or 7 years. That's why I'm speaking, so thank you.
Thank you.
Just one question for the town manager, if I could.
Yeah.
Do we have the ability, if after we go through the numbers, to not take the grant?
Of course we do, yeah.
So, if I'm understanding, we did enough research, investigation to apply for the grant, and now we have the grant, which we weren't guaranteed to get and takes years to get. We have the ability to go through and make sure that it actually fits our needs, and if it doesn't fit our needs, if it's going to be a drain to the town, a cost to the town, we can just say no to the grant.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, thank you.
We'll leave it at that. And
Oh, wait.
Yep.
I do want to thank you for your question. I mean, it brought up something meaningful to talk about. And I think I learned a little bit more about grants from that, so thank you.
if there are no additional questions, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Keep up the good work. We're going to the water and the sewers on page 207 and 209. We're getting a little bit behind here a little bit, so, we gotta kind of get back on schedule and.
Short and sweet.
Good morning. Like to introduce yourself and,
Good morning, Timothy Maroney, Water and Sewer Superintendent. I've been with the town for 3 years, of which about 14 months serving in this role. I have 4 direct reports, 2 assistant superintendents, 1 junior civil engineer, and 1 program manager. At the operations level, we have a treatment plant operator, an assistant treatment plant operator, 2 crew leaders, and 9 water and sewer technicians who handle the day-to-day field operations. The Water and Sewer Division is responsible for operating and maintaining the town's drinking water system and wastewater systems, with a focus on reliability, public health, and long-term sustainability. Our drinking water is sourced from groundwater wells and treated at the Home Farm Water Treatment Plant before being distributed through nearly 200 miles of water mains. This system must consistently meet both daily demand and fire protection needs while maintaining water quality standards. Wastewater is conveyed through nearly 200 miles of sewer mains and pumped through a network of 40 pump stations before being sent to the Westboro Wastewater Treatment Plant and the Upper Blackstone Wastewater Treatment Facility. Division also responds to emergencies, performs ongoing system maintenance, supports interdepartmental operations, and ensures compliance with regulatory requirements, including cross-connection control and backflow prevention. The water budget this year reflects minimal increases to the operating budget, with those increases primarily in the treatment plant operations, automotive, and small tools and miscellaneous equipment. Capital improvements include a complete upgrade to the SCADA system at the Home Farm Treatment Plant, construction of a new 6-1 well, and installation of an altitude valve at the Browning Road storage tank. Sewer budget similarly reflects minimal changes to the operating budget, with level funding for the separate appropriations to the Westboro and Upper Blackstone treatment plants. Capital improvements are primarily focused on upgrades to the Walnut Street pump station and the Year 3 inflow and infiltration investigations, which remain critical to maintaining system capacity and reducing unnecessary flow to the treatment facilities. I will now answer any questions.
question, yes?
Yes.
David?
So what, I think, was it a 5% increase in the water last year? Well, I forget the increase.
The rates?
Yeah.
Alex, do you have that?
And what it would be, what it's going to be this year?
I think Alex will have it.
So water rate increases are proposed at 3.5%.
This year?
Yes,
Okay, and it was 5% last year.
I believe so, yes.
And, but you have a balanced, looks like a balanced budget.
Yeah.
So is that 3%, 3.5% just for operating cost inflation?
It's operating and then some capital.
Okay.
Yeah.
'Cause it used to be like 1.5% of capital when you had a 5% thing. So what is it at 3.5%? How much is capital?
I don't have that off the top of my head here.
We can get that information for you.
Yeah, so generally speaking, the capital investments that are being made are mostly funded with cash, except, so the capital portion that would be impacting the rates would be debt service. And that debt service, we will be borrowing the final portion of the original $12 million authorization from 4 years ago to complete the meter replacements. So that is what's pushing on the rate more than the physical capital investments.
So all the debt that the utilities take in is paid through your income, not through the operation costs. That's kind of what I'm getting at.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Maroney. I had a question on the aging infrastructure that you've mentioned. So do you have any ballpark in terms of how much of our infrastructure is either past end of life or approaching end of life? And how does that tie into the billing inaccuracy problem that the town is facing?
So I think that's kind of a two-part question. I think the aging infrastructure would be a lot on the sewer side of it, particularly in some of the pump stations that we're looking at doing this year. The unaccounted for water, I think that would be more of older meters and some billing issues that we are kind of going through, and we have found a lot of kind of inaccuracies and just in the past few months. So yeah, I think it's kind of a two-part answer there for that.
I just one follow-up, quick follow-up. How do residents know if they have some billing inaccuracy, and what can they do in case it slips through the net?
Yeah, so we kind of, Christine's team has been really good about kind of picking up on these billing inaccuracies, and we would generally we'll send a certified letter stating you've been underbilled or overbilled, or you have zero read on your meter. And I guess for people, if they do slip through the cracks, kind of be mindful of, your bill should be pretty consistent, throughout the year. So if you see something, say something, I guess would be my.
Thank you.
Yep.
No more questions.
Kelly?
You mentioned the Westboro wastewater treatment plant.
Yes.
Question for you about that, because I know the town is looking at a repair they're anticipating being in excess of $10 million, and that the cost of that will be apportioned based on utilization. Shrewsbury's like 60%-ish. Whether that hits in fiscal year 2027 or not, based on the timeline, is that cost something that would hit this specific budget, or would it hit the town someplace else because it's through like a intertown agreement?
So I think is there a payment this year, one payment, and then the rest would be after FY27.
Do we know how many years that payment would be spread out over?
Is it 10?
Yeah, the investment that they're making now is 10, and it's all funded through sewer fees, not the general.
Okay.
So all capital of water and sewer are through their rates. There's no general tax levy that's used.
Yes.
So I know we have been going through smart meter program, and I don't know if it is completed or not, but to Vikram's point, right, like are there any initiatives that you are considering to kind of share that data with the OpenGo that we are trying to kind of implement through as part of digital transformation, and how can me as a resident can just log in and see like what was collected as a data for metering purpose. That way, I know you said like if you see something, say something, but where do I see?
Yeah, so like right now, it's just really gonna be your bill. I think once we get to a point where we're putting these meters in, we'll be looking to go to more of, kind of go to like an asset management program where people can actually see their usages. So for I guess a little background right now, we do have some pilot ERTs in the system. I have one at my house, and we can actually see on a screen like when I'm using water. Like that is a function we have like right now in this pilot program. So I think as we get further down the line with this project, it'll be more like you said, you'll be able to kind of see it in real time versus waiting for a bill every 3 months.
And what's that timeline looking like? From
I don't have a
pilot, but
I don't want to say
is it 3 or 5 years?
3 years, 5 years. Yeah, it could be by the time the whole thing is said and done. Yeah, it could be around 3 or 5 years.
Last follow-up. So as part of the smart metering, what kind of, efficiency that you have observed, in terms of, right billing,
Yep. So we're actually working on what is called the functional test plan, and that will be we actually might start that this week. And we'll see things like whether someone has a disconnected meter. We tested that at my house. I unplugged my meter, and we saw on the meter, the remote that will read it, and could see no communication. So we're looking at things like if there's a leak, if your meter's running for 24 hours, or if there's air in the line, or a backwards meter. Those will be sort of the things we'll be looking at to test going forward.
Thanks.
I have a couple quick questions before we open to the public. Are we
Gene-
still at?
Gene, sorry, can I just put a really fine point on it? So we don't have a smart metering program in place right now. We are working to replace the physical meters, and the ERT that Mr. Maroney talked about is the smart part that sits on top of it. So we have 18 ERTs throughout the community piloting that program right now. So we don't have any data to kind of answer the questions that I think that you're asking. So we'll be getting there. You know, as we borrow these funds, as we replace all physical meters in the community and put that smart piece on top of it.
Okay, thanks for that clarification.
Are we still averaging about 1 million gallons a day we're losing?
I think I did have that number here. It's a little more, yeah, 1.4. That was based on 2024 data.
Yeah, my only comment is, this has been a problem for a number of years, and I think this should really be brought to the top where we solve this problem or really get a good grip on it and we start on a downward trend over the years, because water is becoming a pretty important thing right now. If you look around on the state level and the communities surrounding us, they're having a lot of restrictions things. So I think that should become a priority. If we've started off with the meters, that program should be done. I know the manpower is a big thing, and you've had outside contractors in the past that did it. So I just think it should be brought to the top. That's just my personal opinion. I don't know how the rest of the.
Can I ask a follow-up question to that, Gene?
Yes.
Do you know the root cause or root causes of that daily loss?
So I just want to jump in. So it is the priority of the water department.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
reduce it. Yeah, I know. So whenever I got here, almost 9 years ago at this point, we were looking for a physical leak in our water system. And we were dedicating leak detection services, investigations. There was, theories that, water was leaking into Lake Quinsigamond, like we weren't finding it. We've pretty much satisfied that quest to find a physical leak, and we do not think that's the issue. We believe it is on the far end of the system, which is the individual meters in everyone's homes that are aging and deteriorating. And we also are adjusting our master meters, which come out at the plant, which Mr. Maroney would be able to talk to make sure that we are more regularly calibrating that. How much water is coming out of the ground, and then how much water are we selling through the individual meters. Mr. Maroney also talked about some, billing discrepancies. So we are, getting, through our data that we have and the analysis, we're reducing the cycle to billing error to correction and meter replacement. So we kind of started on the, how are we losing this amount of water and not creating the largest sinkhole in the world, to like, it's a mechanical issue within our system that we are addressing. And that's why this investment is being made. It will cost us about $3 million to replace all meters within the community and move to this program, and that's the direction that we're headed in.
Question.
Yes, sir.
What's the dollar amount when you take that 1 million gallons? When we fix this, so we're actually billing for that water, how's that going to affect the budgets in the bill, in the bill?
Yeah, I mean, it will have a stabilizing factor on rate increases or reduce rates.
But is it $1 million a year, $100,000 a year, $2 million a year that this?
Well, I think it depends how you attack that. I don't have a specific number for you.
Ballpark.
Do you look at it, the cost that we're using to treat that water, or do you look at the revenue that we're not receiving? The revenue that we're not receiving is hard to answer because we have a tiered system, right? So as everyone knows, the more water you use, the more expensive it gets. But we can run a number of scenarios.
Even if you use the lowest tier for that number, which is going to be very conservative.
Yeah, it's about $2.
$2.51 per
$2.51 per thousand.
And how much were you losing a day?
$1 million.
Thank you.
Yes. Yeah.
So that 1.4 we're missing, is it ever accounted for? Like, we know it's been treated and it's gone, or is it maybe some of it's phantom water?
So that that total number that we generate comes from the master meter that goes out. It's the last analyzes it before it leaves the plant. That's the last.
So it's been inventoried, so we know it exists,
Yes.
but it doesn't reach the users. Okay.
It reaches the users, but it's not accounted for. So it's not like Kevin said. It's not a leak. It exists. It's just not. We're not counting it.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then,
Did
well, if I can,
Yeah.
so then the number will never be zero, right? Because it's also, water that we use to flush the system and all
Water main
that.
breaks.
Yeah, water main breaks, those things.
Did you have a question?
I did.
Yeah.
Kevin just kind of touched on it, but I was just curious in general. Obviously, it's something we've been dealing with, but other communities, do you have those conversations? Do they have those similar issues we're experiencing? Maybe not to this degree.
I know I worked in another town in Central Mass, and we kind of had some issues too. It was a much smaller system.
Okay.
So, it was a little. The number wasn't as high, but it was still, kind of like, oh, okay, that's the problem. So, you do everything in our power to kind of.
No, I understand.
Action
To
and-
Gene's point, like,
Yeah.
I remember.
Yeah.
I remember ice picking was like 15 years ago. I'd never heard the term, and here we are still talking about it. So,
I think a lot of systems probably have some.
okay.
I just, go ahead.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
So what's the industry target number then?
So we're allowed to have 10%.
What would that be in gallons?
10% would be 130 million gallons.
Over the year?
Yeah.
So we're at 3 times that.
We are at 500.
Oh, over 500, so we're at 5 times that.
It's 38% of 1.3 billion.
Okay.
But that's 2024's numbers, so I don't have 2025 data yet.
I just wanted to touch, did you have a question? I just wanted to touch on one additional thing on the Walnut Street pump station. That is all basically due to the construction and what's all the building that's going on Route 20, basically. I just wonder, where is the cutoff point between Shrewsbury and Worcester where we're pumping to, because we put those new lines in going to Worcester, and then where does the line start going back into the Westboro plant that pumping station is picking up?
I'm not sure if I understand the question.
Okay, the sewer lines from, I don't know, I give you a pinpoint, from the Candy Mansion down, going westbound on there. Basically, those lines now are picked up, and we pump it to Worcester. We
Yep.
pump it to that new pumping station on Puritan, over the hill, down Route 20, it goes to the Worcester. Does it start there and go back eastbound now on 20? I know it must pick up some residential areas there too, but I don't think we pick up that much residential on the south side of Route 20. It's more of the development process that's gone along Route 20 is.
Yeah, so I know to Worcester would be the Edgemere and
Yeah.
ET stations. That takes the Worcester flow, so everything on the other side of that would go to Westboro. So that'd be what, Lake Street?
So that station will be down and we're gonna rebuild it all?
It'll be similar to what they did at Maple Ave and Rolfe Ave, a complete rehabilitation, upsizing of the wet well,
Yeah.
to handle more flow.
Is there anything from the public that would like to speak? Yeah, come forward.
I have a question about our water capacity and sewer. So we can see there are a lot of recently development happening, overdevelopment happening in the town. I would like to know what is our sewer capacity, how many like we can add more, and what is the water sewer like percentage wise, how much increase from last year to this year. And the one more thing, last time when I was in the planning board meeting, they had concern regarding the pumping capacity because the house building, too many house building in the community, they don't have pressure to maintain that. So how they are dealing with that also.
I'm not sure that we have that data to provide today. But we can email it to Mr. Sharma as far as, our water and sewer capacity. We have it all. It's just.
Because recently in the news I heard like the Westboro is not supporting us, we are over the capacity. So I saw that on the paper, so I would like to know like how we are.
Mr. Chair, we had raised that question in the questions that we had
Sorry.
given. And it said that 7 million gallons per day is the maximum state limit
On the water side, yeah.
on the water side. And sewer, I think you said 2.97?
That was our influent levels to the plant at Westboro. The actual limit is 4.39.
4.39. And just going back to water, when you said 7.8 million gallons, that's the state limit. But because of seasonal issues, you can't really give us a number in terms of how much we're actually using.
It's between 3.5, 4.5 million a day is a good day average. You might see a 5 million gallon day in July seasonally.
So in the worst case, we're around, I'd say, 80%, 70 to 80%.
Yeah, and I think even realistically, like that 7.8 number, we would never. It's hydraulically just probably not possible to even get that kind of flow.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Is there anybody else? Yes, come forward, please.
Hi, Steve Mealy, Birch Lane. The master meter, what is the confidence level that that's accurate? Like, could that be a problem?
So we are required to have those calibrated every year. I've actually asked the treatment plant staff to have them done twice a year, and we're using 2 different companies.
2 different
So
vendors.
we had just had another company had come out a few weeks ago. So they're usually pretty accurate, but we're going to see now with the the second company if there's any sort of discrepancies. But for the most part, those are pretty accurate.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Are there any additional questions? If not, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next department is fleet management, and that would be on page 150. Good morning.
We ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for your time today. My name is Joel Kimball, and I have the honor of being the Fleet Management Division Manager. And I started with the town in 2012, and I am entering my 15th year employed next month with the town. For the past 5 years, I've been as a division manager. While I hold the title of manager, Fleet is a working collaboration of a total of 4 individuals. Myself, James Ciasulu, he is our operations supervisor, non-union. Matthew Montero and Trevor Sarsfield round up our division as our unionized, skilled technicians. Together we do our best to care for 9 divisions and departments within the town, with assets totaling in the range of 165 registered pieces and numerous smaller off-road pieces. Much of these assets are unique in their own way to perform specialty jobs for each and every division's needs, from street sweepers to roadside mowers, vac trucks, and even police vehicles, all require specific knowledge for repair and service needs. Fleet has been working diligently to stay on schedule with preventative maintenance programs. However, lack of staffing, long-duration weather events, daily breakdowns from aged equipment, and occasional illness that occurs creates a backlog of work, putting additional strain on an already lean staff. As a baseline, from the APWA reports, on an average, a 1-to-20 ratio of techs to equipment in a fleet of our size. One thing we strive to do is to be proactive when a PM service is being performed to minimize downtime of equipment. Sometimes potential issues arise and require additional repairs, extending the time of the asset in the shop. Needless to say, no 2 services are alike. We don't just change oil. James is an extremely talented and valuable individual to have on staff with Fleet. He has worked extremely hard at building the asset management system to bring it online this current March. We went live with our asset management within Fleet roughly about 2 weeks ago to meet the town's needs. Often working on it after after or during weather events and extended hours. With the data we're able to collect from its going into the next FY, we will be able to better track expenditures, repair costs, and existing assets to aid in service, PM requirements, and asset replacement metrics. Entering fiscal year '27, Fleet is tasked with taking on managing the automotive line items from the majority of other divisions. This consolidation of funds being reassigned to the fleet increases the operational expenses by $187,501, providing decisions such as large repairs if needed to be better distributed to all divisions. Some divisions are retaining their automotive lines, such as PD, Water and Sewer, COA, and a few others. Fleet management did not submit any capital improvements request for this year. Instead, tried to focus on a request for much-needed additional tech. With restrictions in available working space and staffing, the current workload and backlog, taking on additional workload at this time would be a difficult endeavor. I appreciate your time and consideration. I'd like to field any questions if you have any. I can help out.
Yes, Dennis.
With this consolidation, you didn't pick up, you requested an extra person. I don't think it's in the budget. Were there people in the other, where the referral came from, already working on those vehicles? I mean, are they freeing up a half a person, a quarter of a person, and you're not getting that half a quarter of a person?
No, so basically how we handled it, we were still already doing all that work.
Okay.
And when we would buy the parts or order the parts, or if it was a major repair, we work in conjunction with those divisions already.
Okay, so you haven't actually picked up additional fleet that you're working on. You just picked up sort of the management of ordering parts. And
There has been additions to the fleet across the whole DPW. There has been additional personnel added in other areas, which put more equipment on the road, which brings up preventative maintenance being, or services or breakdowns coming in more frequently. But when we would typically work with the other divisions, they would just receive the bill and they would manage it. Now, going into it with the asset management, we've already started on our end. We're funneling it all through to scan in those invoices. We have working with our vendors to email us those invoices so that we can attach them to that asset and get a better whole idea of cost of operation for it.
Yes, Dave.
I have questions. The first one is, I notice as we're buying vehicles, they're different makes, models, electric to diesel to everything. Is it possible, or would you think it would be beneficial to sort of standardize that so you can have an inventory for, Chevys or Fords? Or is it just too difficult to do that?
So I've been working, standardization has always been something that I try and do. The requests and that we get forward, we analyze, we look at what's available for the best, to fit that best need. I do standardize. I also look at support after the sale with the vendors, whether it be now that I can just use as an example, MHQ, McGovern being in town now, we can now turn around if it's something needs to go back. PD works diligently with them that we can, it's very lucky to have them in town, as opposed to, say, a Chevy dealer that would be a further distance if it does need to go back for a recall. I try to stay for smaller vehicles on, and I pick up trucks, service trucks along those lines, with either two manufacturers, so that we know and we don't need to now add another, another manufacturer knowledge and training into it, into our regimen that we take care of. So we do try and standardize as much as we can. Of course, from year to year, manufacturers they kind of dictate. Like some of the vehicles that we found that were really good and performing well, they stopped manufacturing or they changed that engine. So that kind of throws wrenches into things, but then we start to look at what would best be the best replacement for the DPW.
And the follow-up is, you know, obviously there's specialty equipment that very few people make. And some of those parts are obviously difficult to get. They're not made in the United States, or there are so few of them that they're just not stacked.
Correct.
I mean, do you carry an inventory of that? Or, because it seems like once it breaks and you have to go to, we'll say Sweden, to get a part, that's a delay. And obviously it's a very specialized piece of equipment for the training. So how is that handled? Can we get away from that? It's probably the end question I want, and get to a more standardized thing that we can get off the shelf.
So we do keep an inventory of parts that are I don't want to say a constant, but a wear and tear item. And I can use an example of a street sweeper. Inside those street sweepers is a conveyor belt that lifts up the debris as it gets and then thrown into the hopper. We keep one of those conveyors in stock, because if at any point that picks up a piece of metal or something and gets torn, we can then get that in to better get it out. Outside of basically purchasing a whole other, no matter what you try to prepare for, it's always that one part you don't have. So when we do have that, what we have done before in the past, to ease up on the relying on just one vendor, is we've been able to match up parts to other vendors and been able to source those parts when we can. An example of that is the sidewalk machines that we use. Their air filter for them, when you would get an air filter to do a service, they would literally take a Sharpie and black out the number that's on it. We were actually able to read it one day through the Sharpie and get it. That's the exact same filter from another dealership or another vendor for about $100 less. So, or if we recognize a part that we can retrofit that may be an expensive part to another one, we have done that, such as our hot box, for the asphalt hot boxes for the potholes. The controller inside those is basically it's basically a household furnace that runs inside, that keeps the material hot. Their controller that they were put in there, they want you to buy it from them. We were able to Jim was actually able to retrofit it at a quarter of the price for that controller. Because basically it's when you break things down. So that's I hate to call it a little bit of the farmer ingenuity, but it's make it work. And because I wouldn't want to purchase that part, like, they're getting you when you have to call those and make those. Like, what can we do? Like, geez, it's already broke again. Like, all right, well, this part does the same thing, but at a reduced cost. So we do look into that as much as we can. Try to keep as much stock we can.
Thank you.
Yes, Warren first.
So, just to comment on, what David was trying to do or trying to get, right? I think it's more about cost optimization, the more the standardization that we do, and I understand that there is specific requirements for, police and fire because, their needs are different. But I think other departments, if we as a town kind of work towards less variations of models, I think then, we can play around with the parts, like we don't know what is the highest cost on your balance sheet as to, are we spending more on parts? Are we waiting for parts to come along, as, David was mentioning? I think I do like the consolidation under the fleet management because that brings operational efficiency. That's a business value proposition that I can see. The question that I have is, now that it is getting under one umbrella, and I see there is at least 6 new vehicles being requested, right? Through different, they will come under your purview also as they come along for servicing. What's your capacity, in terms of not only manpower, but, like at any given point in time, how many vehicles that you can service in a week or whatever KPI that you track,
Yes, yeah, that was actually one of the questions that you guys had presented to me. Many of the vehicles that are being requested, many of them, I think, outside of maybe the one for recycling, only one would be in addition to the fleet. The other ones would be replacing aged-out equipment. So our number really of that we would service would really only be one in that instance, let's just say. So
But there is an industry standard.
there is
The Public
an
Works
industry standard that
Association
that we look at. So as for moving forward, we try to replace, a lot of these equipment being replacements of existing equipment. Our 3 to 5 year plan of, as the town grow, because the town has grown, and we have seen in some instances where the asset is added, but the older one is still in a useful as a backup, so that has been retained as a backup for that division to grow with their needs. Our 3 to 5 year plan is to try and grow our staffing. Again, one of the questions was of our metric of servicing. So it's a very tough metric to kind of get, because it's almost like every day, I guess you could say you're sitting on a powder keg, and you never know if it's going to go off, because as sweeping season starts or pothole season starts, we make a plan with our limited staffing. We have, okay, we're going to service this truck today. We're going to bring in this one. Okay, we bring this one in. We're not just doing 15-minute oil changes. We have a very robust checklist that we follow. We'll find things. And just in that day, you're trying to schedule, all right, you're doing good. You got 2 of the things off the list. 3 of them broke today, other equipment as they're being used. So, or throughout the day, you could have, again, just the hot box could go out. So then you redirect your attention, and now that asset gets backlogged. And I can give an example also of just with the staffing needs. Just yesterday and Thursday, I had one of my techs was out on Thursday, and the other one, unfortunately, it's an illness. He had to go home at noon, so we went from 4 down to 2 in the shop, myself and Jim. Then yesterday, one didn't recover, one still wasn't feeling well, so it was another day like, oh, well, now that's putting us a little further behind. I'm still double duty. I'm in the trenches with them, turning wrenches and doing all that I can to help the division and help them succeed. So that puts a strain on things from time to time.
One follow-up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, one follow-up.
Yeah.
So, in terms of maintenance, like how much do you see the request coming as a regular maintenance versus, something broke down? And I know,
Mhm.
some things cannot be controlled, like if the snow plow just gives up during winter, but,
Yeah.
Do you have that kind of a breakdown?
So on
roughly, not.
The most I could probably touch on an average would be PD, just because they're a constant rotation. So for a preventative maintenance, oil change, inspection type request, we can easily see a request of 3 to 4 services, possibly a week. We have, in certain times, had to limit, working with Mark Hester, limit, like, sorry, man, we can only give you 2 days this week to do services. So we've just extended the service times instead of getting them in a little bit earlier. Again, with just a lean staffing, the inclement weather, when the snow plows are out, we're in. So the guys are in all those hours also, often fixing. Sometimes it's 3 days after a storm, we're still fixing breakdowns. But on an average of preventative services, just with PD alone, we could see an easy 3 to 4 a week.
Thank you.
I had a quick question.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kimball. So as far as repairs of specialty equipment, it came up during the DPW building project that a lot of our equipment, expensive equipment, tends to be in poor storage conditions or outdoors. And so what I wanted to get from you was a feel that many of the repairs that you get, especially for the expensive equipment, is it in any way related to storage facilities that could have been delayed if we had repairs that could have been delayed if we had better storage facilities, if that is the case?
Yeah, I don't see a lot of our repairs or breakdowns being related to the storage of the equipment. The one thing I could say where they are stored, because of an older building, you pull something in the winter, it melts off, it'll stay a high humidity area. The one nice thing that I've actually always seen as compared to other towns is that we get as much as we can indoors. And that UV will affect the age of tires between dry rotting, and we don't have those issues along those lines. Most I could probably see would be, salt trucks, and then they get washed, they're wet, the inside the building is wet. End of the day, an air exchange system that would better help with the environment. But nothing major to say I could relate to the way that they are stored. And if anything was stored outside or is stored outside, the John Knipe salt shed was built with a lean-to roof off to the side. So they're not in direct weather, so to say. They are outside, but those are pieces that are very used on occasion, not our daily equipment.
I'm going to ask one question. I'm going to ask the public if they got any questions. Under your accomplishments, you took over the ordering of fuel.
Mhm.
Are all those tanks computerized?
So the tanks, the town has 2 sites, South
Yep.
Street and also Municipal Drive. The tanks are monitored with a system called a Vita root system
Yeah.
that monitors if there's any water in there or the fuel levels, the temperatures. And the system at the Municipal Drive site is a newer system, more it's a more computerized system than it is down at the South Street site. The South Street site still has a paper printout that you need to check in.
The only reason I bring it up, does it take manpower? You still have to stick the tanks, compare the invoice to what you received? So you got a man going out and doing this physically?
So we reached out and we found for the inspections, we have a vendor that comes in that they're calibrated, the sticking, yes, all of that is compared.
Yeah.
And if any leakage, but they're all double-walled tanks anyways.
No,
It's for any,
yeah.
so
I'm
to
already
compare.
familiar with it, so that's the only reason I ask.
Yeah,
So you-
I just want to make sure everybody was, don't worry, they're double-walled tanks.
Yeah. Is
Mr. Chairman,
anybody?
can I just add, when Joel brought up other communities, obviously I have experience in other communities, it was always just the workers that worked on the cars. It wasn't dedicated fleet from most of the communities I worked for. But the whole goal of this asset management and the preventative maintenance is to extend the useful life of these vehicles, so you don't have to spend as much. We didn't say it, we all know it, but I felt like we were missing that component. He's being too modest in terms of innovation and QR codes and doing maintenance checks during PM to make sure those police vehicles are safe in all capacities, not just oil change, tire wear. The brakes are checked, the lights are checked. All that stuff takes time, and that's where the manpower exerts itself. But again, it's to keep the driver of the vehicle safe, but also to extend the life so you don't have to replace it. Because in those other communities that we think back to, they were replacing vehicles, 20, 30, 50,000 miles sooner than you are now. So the asset management system next year will be able to say, we have 110 pieces of equipment, we're replacing 2, and here's why. You'll have, this is how much it's costing us to maintain an 87 International. He has it anecdotally, but we'll all be able to share it with the community, be able to, make a decision based on data versus, just how we think is the right thing to do. The second piece is the policy we developed 10 months ago and the manager signed, lays out specifically what the request is and what has to be kind of analyzed before a decision and a recommendation is made to purchase a vehicle. So it doesn't just happen in a vacuum, consistency in purchasing, and that's why Joel's overseeing that process. So I just, not to put too fine a point on it, but you do a lot of work down there that it can't be understated, so I just wanted to say it out loud.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm more of an operational, my background is operational,
Is there any questions from the public? If not, we thank you very much and
Thank you for your time.
have a great year. We're going to the highway and forestry right now, 153 and 141. Good morning.
Good morning, Finance Committee. How is everyone?
Oh, everybody is great. You'd like to introduce yourself and
Yes, sir. Good morning. My name is Peter Lamro. I serve as the manager of the Department of Public Works Highway Division. I'm committed to delivering reliable, high-quality public service to all residents. This is achieved through the hard work of my dedicated team, which is responsible for the maintenance and operation of the town's essential infrastructure. The Highway Division is responsible for managing the following aspects of the town's infrastructure: 308 paved lane miles, 13 miles of private dirt road, 16 municipal properties, 25 miles of sidewalk, 1,500 catch basins, 160 culverts. The scope of maintenance includes a comprehensive array of services, including, but not limited to, roadway repair, snow and ice control, street sweeping, management of compromised, diseased, dead, or fallen trees, crosswalk, line painting, contract administration, procurement of goods and services, compliance with the Mass General Law, and the upkeep of traffic signs and signals. Budget. The budget of the Highway Division is $2.25 million for fiscal year 26, with a projected budget of $2.17 for fiscal year 27. The town of Shrewsbury faces budgetary constraints typical of a town while managing challenging characteristics of a city. A concern that should have been addressed during the development of Shrewsbury's Department of Public Works in 2018 was the comprehensive structure of unionized workers across all divisions. Currently, a significant pay discrepancy exists, resulting in unequal compensation for special equipment operators and crew leaders. Furthermore, this structure leads to non-union supervisors receiving lower compensation than unionized crew leaders. This structural anomaly is not disclosed to new hires, but is quickly identified, contributing significantly to challenges in employee retention. A further point for consideration is the requirement for winter operations. Even after optimizing the winter plowing and salt treating structure, a minimum of 20 special equipment operators is required to actively maintain all aspects of town's roads, municipal properties, school properties, and sidewalks, with no opportunity for personnel rotation. This necessitates an average of approximately 48 hours of continuous operation of commercial vehicles and heavy equipment. The current budget for my division allows for 9 team members. While I was briefly successful in filling 8 of those positions, the division has since reverted to 5 team members to cover all essential responsibilities of the Highway Division. Primary functions of the Highway Division. The core mission for the Highway Division is to maintain and enhance safety, mobility, and overall quality of life for Shrewsbury residents. Our primary functions are categorized as follows. Infrastructure maintenance, maintaining and improving physical assets of the town, specifically roadways, sidewalks, traffic signals, and signage. Emergency response, providing rapid and effective response during severe weather, e.g. snowstorms, and other emergencies, e.g. fallen trees and flooded roadways, to to ensure public safety and restore essential services. Environmental stewardship, sustainability, managing the town's resources, including stormwater systems and tree canopies. FY27 budget requests in fiscal project 1. I will now present the Department's Public Works fiscal year 27 budget request and discuss the challenges and opportunities associated with the challenges incorporated in fiscal project 1. My FY27 request is predicated upon addressing two critical interrelated needs: mitigating the rapid deterioration of key infrastructure and increase the department's self-sufficiency to reduce the reliance on costly external contractors. Key changes incorporated in the budget's request in fiscal year projects. 1, investment in road infrastructure and pavement management. Challenge, the town's average pavement index has reached a score of 53 as of 2024. This matrix classified the majority of our 308 lane miles with the good, 60 to 50, to poor, 50 to 40 categories. Significantly, that major structural deterioration is imminent. Without immediate and comprehensive intervention, the rates of deterioration will accelerate, leading to significantly higher reconstruction costs in the near future. The current road replacement program is inadequate to sustain the network. Opportunity request change. My proposal includes a request for funding to support an enhanced road replacement program. This initiative necessitates an increase in staffing within the Highway Division and the acquisition of modern equipment. The strategic shift will enable transition from reactive maintenance and patching to proactive, cost-effective rehabilitation. The current fleet, with equipment dating back to 1988, is demonstrably inefficient and unreliable. Asset management. The focus is on transitioning from reactive patching to proactive, cost-effective infrastructure and rehabilitation. Data-driven decision-making. The requested equipment and additional staffing will facilitate a data-driven methodology for prioritizing road work based on current condition, thereby extending the operational life of assets and optimizing investment return. Utility coordination for maximizing efficiency and cost mitigation. Our dedicated staff will be tasked with coordinating planning road work with scheduled utility upgrades, e.g. water, gas, fiber. This is designed to ensure a signal excavation per area, maximize operational efficiency, leveraging utility funding to mitigate municipal road expenditures. Specifically, I am requesting 2 F-650 hook trucks for $400,000 to ensure a safe and efficient work zone operation. Hook trucks provide significant versatility by allowing the rapid interchange of various bodies, such as dump beds, roll-off containers, hot box asphalt, chipper bodies, and brine tanks, with a single chassis. This eliminates the need for multiple dedicated vehicles, offering substantial cost and space saving, and allowing for on-site material transport, storage, and debris removal. Enhance in-house self-sufficiency, internal capabilities. Challenge. The town is currently heavily reliant on external vendors for critical tasks, particularly tree work. This reliance results in unregulated cost, slow response time, often 2 weeks or more for scheduled tree work, and a lack of control during emergency situations. Opportunity request change. My initiative is to prioritize the development of robust in-house capabilities. This undertaking will significantly improve our ability to mount a rapid, effective, independent critical response during emergencies. Specifically, my request for a Mobart chipper, $63,000, and a front-end loader attachment, $26,000, to manage the backlog of high-risk trees. Currently identified at approximately 180 damaged or dead specimens, addressing the aging tree canopy is public safety imperative to prevent risk of utility lines and roadways. This equipment investment is crucial for internalizing this high-cost, high-priority work. Personnel. The need for additional personnel extends beyond road work to support these self-sufficient initiatives. Sidewalk snow removal fleet replacement. Challenge. My sidewalk fleet is aging and experiencing significant operational problems. The primary year-round machine, the 2011 trackless MT6, has required an engine rebuild and has extensive list of pending repairs, thereby hindering its year-round utility. The 2018 Prinoth SW4S is limited as a specialized unit solely for winter use. Opportunity, a new trackless MT6 machine estimated at $180,000. This replacement is crucial for ensuring reliable snow removal and maintaining accessible sidewalks during winter, as well as providing a versatile year-round platform for other maintenance tasks. We also request a new snowblower attachment, which is $20,000. Conclusion, fiscal year budget request for the Highway Division represents a strategic investment in the town of Shrewsbury's foundational infrastructure. The changes incorporated in fiscal year Project 1 directly addresses the critical challenges posed by failing road networks and costly reliance on external services. By supporting this request for modern equipment and necessary personnel, the town will capitalize on the opportunity to achieve demonstrable improvements to public safety, operational efficiency, and the quality of life for all residents.
Thank you. Questions from the committee? We'll start.
Thank you, Gene. Thank you, Mr. Lamoureux. First of all, I'd like to express appreciation to you and your department and the hard work that you all do to keep our roads safe. So thank you very much for that. I had just concerns, and maybe Kevin can also help in addressing those. One was the quality of roads that you mentioned in terms of your recommendations on that. And I think one member of the community also talked about, has a question on that. The second was basically the issue of fatigue of your employees. That is very concerning, given that we do have extreme weather conditions that we never predict, like we had 2 major snowstorms. What are the options we have to alleviate those, and what is the plan going forward?
Currently, so I said that it takes 22 special equipment operators. It's truly more than that, but conservatively, it's 20 equipment operators to conduct the snow program. Right now, we utilize Parks Division, Water and Sewer as well to fulfill those positions. However, there's still no opportunity for rotation. It takes that many people just to do one snowstorm. My opinion is there needs to be more to give them the opportunity to either do 8-hour shifts, 12-hour shifts, some kind of rotation, and we don't have that opportunity at this time.
So we can do a maximum 12-hour shift according to the state, and which is humanly possible. What is the humanly possible shift that?
So we do breaks. That they're not allowed to go home. We do breaks. We provide food. They're able to take naps, but it's a lot, and that's part of our turnover is hiring during the winter months. I had one individual lasted 3 days. Went into the winter snow program. Was like, I'm not doing this. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work, and the expectations of Shrewsbury, as they should, are very high.
And just to emphasize, not to jump, if I may, Mr. Chair, when we interview these candidates, we stress the snow and ice program. And of course, they're enamored by the job and the trucks and the other staff. And when the reality hits and you're here for 36 hours at a stretch, nothing prepares you for that. So we do it in the interview process, but we need to spend a lot more time gearing these folks up for it and going through. Now we've just done 3 interviews last week. The winter has passed. Knock on wood. We'll make sure that is a priority that they're aware of and prepare them as we go through the summer, fall for that duration of a storm. We do utilize contractors to backfill, but we have to watch them too because they're getting an hourly rate and they want to make that as efficient for them as possible. But we have to watch them, and we need systems in place to track their time and to make them accountable as well. So there's a lot of pieces relative to snow and ice, but retaining the employees we have is it's just a priority, and we're going to make it happen.
Yes, sir.
Question: When these the snowplow drivers that are pretty much doing a 36-hour, they are getting paid for that, though. I hope there's
yes, sir.
Okay. So there is benefit overtime, but again, a 36-hour day is 2 days.
What happens is it's back to back, right? It'll be a Sunday afternoon, we have to call people in, and then the storm comes Tuesday, and they have a normal work day on Monday and
Right.
Tuesday, and then, and there's no excuses, there's nothing you can do to prepare someone's body and mind for that duration of normal hours and snow and ice hours.
Yeah.
I don't know how previous DPW's highways have dealt with it, but I haven't seen the mass departure anywhere
And
since I've been here.
just to follow up on that, are we also finding it difficult to get private contractors? I know there seems to be fewer of them now because we didn't have snow for 4 or 5 years, and they were like, I'm not carrying these big trucks for that. So is it harder and more expensive to bring on the?
I think we experienced, I don't think, we clearly experienced different generational work ethics. I think Mr. Knight was, during his period here, he worked with individuals, it was a career. They were here for 20, 30 years. They knew the job, they knew the town, they knew what to expect, and they took pride in it. I don't think that the workforce now has that same pride. They're coming to make a paycheck. They're going to make as much as they can, doing as little as possible.
Not our current staff.
Not our
Just-
current staff. In general, I think that's the mindset that
The staff you're trying to hire, the applicants, I mean. Yeah, I understand that. I've seen that.
Molly?
So thank you, by the way, for the detailed explanation. And one of the feedback also you have, like you're talking about pavement condition index, which is 53%, which, in your opinion, goes into fair to poor rating. And
I'm sorry, that's not my opinion. That's
what the rating is.
That is
that's the rating. Yeah. Sorry.
That's okay.
But thank you for that correction. So, and depending upon that, you have a list of, if we want to improve that, these are the investments as a community that we need to do, and your request stem from that also. So what's your target index, right? Like, how do we, if we want to go into a good rating, what all the things has to happen, so that, we can go into whatever, 70, 75% rated as
I want
good?
to answer that. I mean, his folks fill those potholes, we collect that data, we know how much we're investing on an incremental basis. Justin, when he gets up here with engineering, he'll talk about the pavement condition index and what that rating is from 0 to 100, 100 being perfect, 0. Anything under 40, you can't get any worse than a 40. It's drivable with a four-wheel drive vehicle and probably nothing much else. So there's different means and methods for every road that's out there. So of the 300 lane miles, you could have, and this is what we're trying to capture now with the asset management. How many of those lane miles need to be full depth reclaim? How many need to be a mill and overlay? How many need to be a chip seal or cape seal? Some other treatment option, and they vary in cost. So it's difficult until we gather all of those streets on a map, which we have in GIS now, and start to pick and choose the most traveled roads, coordinating with other utilities to do those roads so we don't dig it up a second time. So there's a lot of varying factors that'll go into the roads we select for next year and for the next 10 years. But to get to an 80, we need to figure out the backlog, what's that dollar figure? I was in another community, 2014, we did a special purpose stabilization account just for roads. The money can only be used for what Chapter 90 allows us to use those funds for. So it was very unique. It gave the select board a lot of authority over when that money gets levied. But we were in the 60s, and our goal was to get into the 80s. And I think we had $150 million worth of backlog, and another community smaller. And we dedicated $1.5 million a year. We only have so much for construction season from May to September. We can only manage that many projects, but that community has been very successful in improving their roadways and expanding, walkability in neighborhoods and communities. But it's just going to take time. But you need the data first. So we're collecting it as we go, and we hope to have a good whole presentation for the manager and the select board to figure out a plan going forward to get to an 80. We got to get into that 80 index.
Could I request that
If I could add to that?
that
Yeah.
presentation?
My answer, the answer I could provide with you is I have one pothole truck. One hot box, one truck. The truck, and just this past week, the hot box that was on the truck before the transmission went. So now we're putting a hot box onto another truck. There's still only one truck to do potholes with hot mix.
One follow-up, if I may. So I understand, and thank you for the detailed response. And so if we have to choose, which road to fill first, all the potholes, like how do we go through that decision making? The reason I'm asking is, I was traveling Gulf Street last week, right, or earlier this week. And all the school buses go from there. High schoolers drive there. Again, the terrain is like really steep, so it becomes a safety issue, especially when in the mornings we have freeze going on, so the roadways are slick. So how do we determine that? And I'm really worried about Gulf Street. I saw the condition is really bad, and again, some of them is because of the Mother Nature, right? Like it's a winter season right now. We have to pave it. So how do you choose that? And
It would be a discussion between Mr. McInerney, Mr. Maroney, and Mr. Richardson when we'd come together with the concerns of particular roadways and how we're going to manage it with infrastructure that still needs to be put into it. What's the projection of when that infrastructure will be put into it? That we want to replace a road and then have infrastructure put in a previous year so that we're tearing that road up again. There's a lot of information that has to be obtained before that. You can just say we're doing Gulf next because you would like it done next.
Well, I think your question is more about like right now, day to day. We start on the main thoroughfares where those potholes are called in. We respond to those from mainline roads and then neighborhoods after that.
Gulf is
They're
mainly
all a priority. We want to fix them all, but again, we have limited resources, which isn't your problem. We need to figure that out and deal with that. So.
Actually, it is kind of our problem.
Well, we need to bring you a solution for you to consider before we just lament your problem.
I mean, we need to support you, I guess is what I'm saying.
For this group, I'm noticing we're pulling back the curtain relative to, what is going on and what is needed. So I appreciate the discussion.
Yes.
So I didn't dig into all of the details in the book, I apologize, but just looking at the budget overview line item on the slide, right, in the operational expenses, you asked for and you're actually getting less than we had budgeted this year. What's the reason for that?
I believe it's because 100 went to fleet.
So,
okay, thank you for that.
Yes, and highway had the biggest automotive line of.
Okay, so it was just a, let's call it artificial because we've moved the line item. Okay, thank you for that.
David?
So I have two questions. One, you talked about sort of a pay discrepancy in the beginning of your presentation, and you received everything that was in the Phase 1 proposal. So how does that affect it? So it was a request.
That's for retention.
Okay.
The reason I included that was for retention.
Okay. So the additional money you received didn't meet the goal. Does that make sense? To get retention?
I think I can speak to that. So we've been hiring employees at the higher step in the union contract, 3, 4, 5 steps in instead of at the initial step, and that's what this budget reflects. So yes, that will aid in retention.
Okay. And the second thing is you asked for a wood chipper for your capital project.
Yeah.
Do you have the FTEs to use it? So if we get it, do you have the people that can actually get out there? Because I know we talked about you only have a few people, you're out there doing potholes, you're doing other things. Can you even use the equipment if you get it?
Yes, sir. So we have the means to utilize every piece of equipment that we have. It would be the priority. So if we're street sweeping, then the town's doing street sweeping. There's very little else we can do other than street sweeping. If we're doing potholes, then it takes everybody to do potholes. If we're doing trees, then it takes everybody to do trees. So I have the skill set and the team to utilize the equipment. It's just we only can do one thing at a time.
Which is my point. Like, if 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 you're behind on sweeping, you're behind on the potholes, you're behind, it's not worth getting this because you can't get to it because you're behind in everything. Does that make sense? So do you need more people before you can utilize the equipment in your schedule? Not physically touch it, but can you get out there and use it?
The chipper we have right now I believe is over 30 years old.
Okay, so this is a replacement chipper.
Correct.
Oh, I'm sorry. When you were giving your presentation, I thought this was a chipper to assist you because the contractors couldn't get to it.
This would be a replacement.
Okay, thank you. I'm sorry I missed that.
Just before we go to the public, I'd just like to throw out number one, in talking about that, I wonder if we should be looking at more of subcontracting some of these things that we're doing rather than put it all on your plate, number one. And number two was we've had an extraordinarily bad winter. There were a lot of complaints. I know you people did struggle, nothing to do with you people directly, but the amount of equipment we had on the roads and things. So I'm wondering if we should be looking, rather than, if we can't hire personnel, about some contracting some of these things. Now, I know a couple of years ago we took over the grass cutting, and I think that was a fantastic thing. But we had always subcontracted that in the past on there. And I don't know, that's just my opinion, looking at the overall situation and what's required, what the town wants, what the people wants on there, and so,
We're going through that analysis a little bit on,
yeah.
You'll get it when you get to stormwater relative to
Yeah.
managing those basins and doing that analysis of staff versus contracting out. For the day-to-day stuff that Peter talked about today, potholing, wood chipping, we have contractors that cut down trees and do stump grinding, so we have some of that stuff contracted. This chipper, not to put more of a fine point on it, but it's more of an emergency. If we had to take down a tree and we couldn't move it, we'd want to chip it. And this one that's 40 years old is just, I don't think it's dangerous to use, but it's going to fail, and we don't need it to fail in an emergency.
With that, I'm gonna open it up to the public. Any questions? I'm gonna start off. Yeah,
That's okay.
you just identify yourself and give us your address, please.
Dating Garnett, 43 LeBlanc Road. You did invoke the great John Knipe in your comments, so I will mention him again. He ran an incredible DPW program. We plowed under him. My husband plowed for the town at the time, and he personally drove around in a pickup truck the entire storm and made sure that these roads were plowed. And we're seeing so many complaints. There are so many good guys working for the DPW right now. And no offense, sir, but I understand the new mindset, but I just want to say that there's a lot of good guys still working for the DPW. Like your comment was a little bit when you said about the guys that we're getting now. There's still a lot of good guys working for them. But John used to drive around the entire storm and in a pickup truck and make sure that every road was plowed. We are not seeing that. We have so many disgruntled residents. I understand there's a whole host of problems. We can't get contractors. The guys at the DPW, some of them are, they're not plowing. Whatever the host of problems, we need to fix it. We need to get back to the level of service when Mr. Knipe ran this department. Whatever we need to do, we need to get back to that. The roads, whether they're destroying our equipment, we need to fix our roads so they're not destroying our equipment, so we have our equipment back up to par. Mr. Knipe did catch me plowing a little bit of snow into the street when I was bringing it back into the corner, and he busted me plowing into the street. And so he was so on the ball. No offense to anybody, but we need that diligence. We need that somebody out there that's checking these streets, because people are saying, My street, like, there's literally like one plow down the middle of the street. That's not acceptable for people. You know, we just need to do better. We had it. That's it. We just need to do better. Thank you.
Next.
So initially I asked Anand Sharma, Precinct 9, 102 Stony Hill Road. Initially I asked 2 questions regarding the road condition, the potholes which we have. The second was the snow this year, whatever happened due to the workforce. So thank you. I received the answer. Some of the finance committee question asked. I have a third question regarding do we have any budget, any planning for future, like when we are planning to make sidewalk? Because a lot of street we can see they need the sidewalk. So we'll have this kind of budget we keep in the mind. Like we can't like managing. We have to go a little further also to provide the service. So like example, if we can see Prospect Street, even Gulf Street also good candidate. We can have minimum one side sidewalk, and people can have walk when the school bus coming, everything coming. They are standing on the roads, and that's create the problem.
So it's just generally a resource issue. We don't have any plans to extend a sidewalk on each side of every road in the community. I don't even want to hazard a guess at that, but I would say, you know, it's more than $10 million to do that. We did install a new sidewalk along Crescent, which didn't have sidewalk in the past. It is an initiative of us to maintain the sidewalks that we have, and that's the level of budget that we have right now. So, you know, when you think about all these conversations that we have with roadway conditions and sidewalks that are available, we're prioritizing the roadway itself. The select board is we're providing them with additional information about additional funding for roadway improvements through the capital improvement plan this year beyond Chapter 90. So it's all a function of the resources that we have to invest, but we don't have any plans to extend, you know, a sidewalk to every road in the community.
Okay, thank you.
Chair, I have a question through you, the town manager. Are we doing anything with new divisions coming in, forcing them to put sidewalks at least in a division and maybe a connect a little bit further out so that we could get some more sidewalk coverage that way?
Yeah, I mean, most new developments are required to have sidewalks along their frontage. It gets beyond our ability to compel them to do additional work that's not associated with the impact of their project. So, you know, our zoning within it has a lot of requirements to make that happen. And then, of course, if it's something like a subdivision roadway, those type of developments are required to have sidewalks as well before we accept that street as a public way. Our current street standards require sidewalk at least on one side.
Okay, if not, there's no additional questions. We thank you very much for the presentation.
Thank you.
Good luck going forward. Next on our agenda is engineering and conservation, and that's on page 147 and 170.
Justin is the newest addition. Oh, easy on him.
Yeah.
We seem to have an exchange program with Concord, the town of Concord, so.
2.5 months in, so so my name is Justin Richardson. I'm the town engineer. Rolling up under the engineering budget is 3 FTEs and then another FTE that reports to me but funded through another program. The FTEs are a senior engineer and a junior engineer and myself. So the engineering division, we provide survey, design, bidding documents, inspection services for town-funded infrastructure projects, including other miscellaneous projects along the way, such as like the Prospect Park ADA improvements, Council for Aging improvements, design for their new recycling center, that sort of, those type of projects, just town-specific. We provide construction inspection services for planning and conservation projects.
We also provide technical support to those boards and commissions and other town departments. We also do a lot of grant application, implementation, funding allocation and requests. We work in close technical support with the Water and Sewer Division. Our divisions are very interconnected as far as the larger projects that we do. We prepare scopes and oversights for town design service contracts that we have through the community for larger scale projects. And we also, as everyone is aware, plan the pavement management program moving forward in the following years. Our budget for the year is actually reduced by approximately, well, not really approximately, 28.3%, and this is mostly due to survey allocation. We typically have a survey on-call company come in and do work as needed, but we had a lot allocated from previous years, so we're not requesting that fund as well. We did request an additional $10,000 to supplement that, but that is not in the year one projection. So the conservation budget is basically unchanged from previous years. So if you have any questions, I'm happy to field them.
Questions from the committee? Let's start with you, David.
You're requesting a vehicle to replace 2 vehicles, correct?
Yep.
Like, I appreciate you bringing the fleet down, but could you kind of explain why?
Why we're requesting a vehicle?
Why are you requesting, this is going to, so 2 vehicles are going to go out of service, and this vehicle is going to come in, is that correct?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah. So do you know, if you had 2, you're going down to 1, like, how is that going to affect the operation at all?
We hope it's not. We have a calendar associated for the vehicles, so we can plan ahead. So if inspectors are going out, they can prioritize who's going where and stuff like that with the vehicles. So we hope that it will work appropriately.
Okay. So it's not going to stop you from doing inspections, you believe?
No.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Just a request. We talked a lot about the pavement improvement plan and all that. I was just hoping that there could be more community outreach in terms of how this plan is coming about, so that people know, because there are a lot of complaints from the community, and it would be great if we could just let them know what planning is going on that.
Yeah, that's one of my main goals, is to be, basically to show people, like, essentially how the pavement plan is developed. I did a presentation for the select board previously related to that, and we want to be more transparent as far as how things are done. We just need to, so our plan is to implement an we have the asset management software. We're just working on getting the appropriate inputs into that software to project our pavement plan and how much we want to target of this, how much we want to target of this, and how long those will last, and then essentially just be as efficient as possible with the funding that we have, planning that forward. And essentially the asset management tool will hopefully be, because it's a tool, it'll basically pick our streets for us. It won't be a person doing it, so it's a lot less subjective. So we can provide that information to people and explain to them that it's a plan moving forward, and it's a plan to improve all the pavements. So, just because one street wasn't chosen this year doesn't mean it's going to be, it won't be chosen in the following years as a result of the asset management plan.
Not so much a question, just a comment. I thought your presentation to the select board was great. It was incredibly informative. So I agree. I think something out to the community like that would be great. It just struck me during that presentation how you talked about if we let the roads deteriorate to a certain point where it's ultimately costing us more money. So I think that's something that we can help emphasize, preventative versus, repair. That's probably not quite the right terminology, but that was very informative.
Yeah, it's so obviously preventative treatments are way less, expensive than once you start to get into your mill and overlays and your reclaim of roads. Reclaim obviously being the most expensive. And those are for roads that have PCIs that are very low. So a good program targets like those treatment options so that you stop the pavement curve, the deterioration curve from falling into those expensive treatment things. So that's, obviously with the PCI now of 53, we do have a significant amount of roads in those repair bands that are the mill and overlays and the reclaims. But we also just want to stop other roads from falling into those. So, a good program has allocations for all those treatments, so that, you can keep your road system moving in the right direction with all the curved bands. So that's the plan.
I'm just gonna jump in for 1 minute. I saw the presentation. I think that's great, but I think right now, with the conditions of some of the roads, we always used to have a list where we did each year a number of roads, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and those, the public knew they were coming in the future. Right now, I think over and above the software, and that's great. We gotta physically go out there and look at the situations, because some of them have just gone downhill very quickly, and they're not, I looked at the list, they're not even on the list for another 3, 4 years, so I think that's an important factor myself. If, I know it takes manpower to do, but I think right now it's got out of hand a little bit, and we've gotta physically do that.
Yeah, and that's the plan is right now we have a plan for this year. What we're trying to develop is a 5-year plan. Then we can get ahead of certain projects like utility replacements, stuff like that, and then people can start to see, oh, my road is on this list, my road is on this list. And that's the goal, is to get there. We're limited by resources.
Yeah, I understand that, and we were kind of fortunate, we just got a little bump this week. If we saw the email that came from Hannah Kane indicating there's a few more dollars. It's not a big amount, but I think somewhere along the line, we're gonna have to add to that budget substantially. We're not gonna continue at $1 million a year, making the necessary repairs going forward. Yes, David?
Is there a point where the money doesn't matter, though? Once we gave you a certain amount of money, everything after that you couldn't do anyway? Did that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, there are limitations so you want to make sure that you're issuing contracts that contractors can perform. There's limitations on that all over the place. What we can inspect is a very important thing as well, because if you're not inspecting it and you're just letting contractors do what they want, you don't always get the best product. And there's a specific construction season, because you don't want to be paving when it's cold or anything like that. So we have a limited time to get things done. There is a limit to how much you can get done. I think with maybe 2 contractors, if we do 2 separate contracts or something like that, you could probably get more done in a year. There are limits, though, for sure. Where that limit is, I don't know exactly, but that there is a limit.
We don't know, Mr. Chair, we don't know what the total backlog is, and I don't want to mislead anyone. We're not doing this in 1 year. This is a 10-plus year scenario that needs a dedicated funding source. But we all need to look at the data to say how bad is it and how much is it going to cost before we can assign funds to do those projects. So we're on 2 tracks, right? We're going to do what we're doing that we know from the old methodology, but we're transitioning to a new methodology that looks long term.
I'm sure we'll be into this in a lot more detail in the future, so. With that, I'm gonna open up.
Anna has a question.
Just a quick question. Just a minor point, I think when we were talking about fleet, we were asking about standardization, so it is good to see that you guys are requesting the same truck as the solid waste. But maybe this is just a rounding or a minor point, they were listed different costs in the slides, and I just wanted to clarify, are they the same truck, are they different trucks, why is the cost slightly different?
Could be the upfitting, but Joel has to answer that. Sorry.
They're actually pages she just rounded up.
Okay,
The 40. If they're the exact same quote that I supplied to them.
okay, thank you.
Do we have any comments from the public? Yes, please come forward.
Dating Gun at 43 LeBlanc Road. I have a quick question. You mentioned the new recycling center. How much money is being dedicated to its engineering for the recycling center?
So the engineering, we're not dedicating any funding. We're just doing resources for the design of it and how it's going to get laid out and stuff like that.
Right, so how much of time and resources being dedicated towards that?
There's, roughly probably 40 hours so far into it. Not significant, so.
And I have one more.
Yes, go ahead.
We recently, I'm going to be perfectly honest, I don't remember the specifics as far as us repairing private roads, and maybe the town manager can help me with this. We recently changed things as far as bringing private roads up to some sort of, the town is going to help bring private roads to better them so that emergency vehicles can pass. Is that correct, Mr. Town Manager?
Yeah, so minor repairs to those roads to make them passable, like potholes and grading and things like that.
So how much of our resources in, say, the last year have we exerted in repairing private roads? I personally live on a town road. My husband and I personally take care of our road for us and our neighbors. So I'm curious how much of the town's budget and personal resources that we have used to its town private roads that could have been used for private roads, because initially these were made in, unpassable, not to standard, and they should have been. The town accepted them, and now we've made this exception. And I'm just curious, like over the last year, how much we've actually used with the town, with the DPW.
I don't think we haven't spent any dollars on that yet. We did adjust the highway budget in the fall, increasing it by $10,000. That wasn't strictly tied to private roadway repairs, but it gives us the opportunity to make them. But yeah, we haven't done any of that work
Okay,
at this time.
thank you.
Any additional questions? Excuse me. If not, we thank you very much.
Thank you.
Unless you're going to.
Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. You get to see me for stormwater now.
Yeah. You're going to handle the stormwater too?
Yep.
Okay. That'll be on page 211. And that.
Okay, so for stormwater, we have 4 full-time equivalents. We have a stormwater coordinator, a GIS program manager, conservation agent, and a vacant junior engineer position. There are 3 other full-time equivalents that basically from highway and parks that roll into that, but I'm not their manager. So the stormwater budget, so first of all, what our function is basically to keep the town compliant with the MS4 requirements that are put out by the state, and that's, includes mapping of infrastructure, sampling of outfalls, finding pollutant sources, and then public facility SWIP documentation. We also enforce the stormwater management rules. We manage the stormwater utility funds and stormwater permits as well through town. We try to implement stormwater infrastructure maintenance townwide, and we also allocate funds for the stormwater system in town upgrades as we plan. It kind of works interconnected with the paving plan as we do now. We also are required to now start dealing with lake phosphorus control plan. And that's basically just to try to reduce phosphorus that basically gets into resource areas. Our budget request for this year, we have capital requests for $500,000 and some indirect charges for $294,000, and that's through the enterprise stormwater, funding program. So, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Questions from the committee?
I had just one quick question, Gene. As far as phosphorus was concerned, wasn't there a plan for a plant to remove it from the stormwater, which we were thinking about, still discussing about? Maybe Kevin has an answer on that.
So from the stormwater, the phosphorus removal, that's done by a few methods. We're considering implementing, it's called like a jellyfish unit. It basically has cartridges in it that filter out phosphorus from the stormwater. If that's not what you're talking about, that's one of the things we're developing. We're also asking our consultant, Weston & Sampson, about some other opportunities for like leaching catch basins, that sort of situation, because those infiltration does remove phosphorus. So we're kind of working with them to develop the most cost-effective program to get this phosphorus removal through various BMPs.
So that is the scope of the project, basically what you just mentioned?
Correct, yep. Yep.
Okay, I may have been confusing it with something else.
I just had one quick question on these retention ponds. I really think we should also look at subcontracting that too. Just get it out of our
So we're discussing that internally now. One of the issues was that we had requested a full-time equivalent partly through the stormwater fund, but then also the second half of that was through, I believe, the parks, and I don't think that's getting funded. So we're working internally to get quotes from basically check bid results from other towns who have done this to see where the costs are and how we can, and just basically do a cost, comparison to see what's the most appropriate way of dealing with it.
I just throw it out because some of them are getting overgrown, and it's gonna be a tremendous cost when we try to catch up with it. So that would be my opinion, that we just get somebody to come in and they specialize in that, they've got the equipment, get it away from us.
Yeah, so there's two aspects of that. There's the maintenance portion of it, which is essentially like mowing and mulching and stuff like that. But then there's the rehabilitation portion. That is the major development. So we're requesting a piece of equipment to aid in the maintenance portion of it, but the rehabilitation, I would tend to agree with you.
Yeah, okay. Yes.
Curious question. I know we collect stormwater fees. Is that uniform across all zoning areas?
Well, I can.
Yeah.
So it's based on amount of impervious surface, and it's a tiered system. So the greater the impervious surface in the area, the higher the fee.
Okay. Thank you.
With that, is there any questions from the public on stormwater? If not, we're gonna take a quick 10-minute break. We thank you, and then we were gonna get back to see if we can catch up. We seem to be about an hour behind.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the next on our agenda is public buildings, and budget is on 132 on there. Welcome. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Sure. Good morning. So I'm John Hamilton. I'm the new Public Buildings Division Manager. I think I'm in week number 6, so don't beat me up too much. So I've actually been with the town since 2021, so in a supervisory capacity, so I've got some good knowledge of our operation and how that works. So I'll just give you a brief overview of our division and what we're requesting this year. We are the largest division in Public Works with staff at 25 full-time employees. We have 4 assistant division managers. Each one of them kind of oversees a unique area of the operation. We have a plant manager at Shrewsbury High School, a building and maintenance repair supervisor, and we have 2 custodial supervisors who oversee daytime operations and nighttime. We have 6 maintenance craftsmen. We have a licensed plumber, electrician, master carpenter, and then we have 3 maintenance craftsmen / swing custodians. And then we have 14 full-time custodians spread across town at various buildings. We're responsible for the maintenance, repair, and custodial services across all public buildings in town, which collectively account for approximately 1.13 million square feet of floor space, which includes 9 public schools, 3 fire stations, police headquarters, police boathouse, town hall, senior center, Donahue Rowing Center, public library, and the recreation offices at Raystone Post. We continue to utilize contractual cleaning services to maintain cleanliness, and we also employ service contracts for various specialized needs such as HVAC maintenance and repair, electrical repairs, elevator inspection and maintenance, fire alarm and sprinkler inspection repairs, pest control, roofing, generator service and repair, and many more. So just going over our FY27 budget request, it's an increase of approximately 6% over FY26, which amounts to about $330,000. This is primarily driven by what I'm sure you're all aware of is rising natural gas costs. We're trending at about 20% higher this year than we were in FY26. Electricity is a much more modest increase, about 5%. And we're also seeing inflationary effects and things like that in the cost of goods and materials. We did request 1 additional FTE, but that wasn't included in fiscal projection 1. And then I will go and do capital requests. We have several this year. Council on Aging building improvements, the Floral Street carpet replacement program, which is a phased project that we started, I think, 3 or 4 years ago, and we're in the 2020. So a little more than that. But we're in the final phase of that project. We've got 1 wing of classrooms left to replace carpet there. We have some continued improvements to Raystone Post, replacing windows, repainting the exterior of the building, things like that. School deck replacements. These are emergency egress decks that are mostly attached to the portable units in some of the schools. They were originally constructed with pressure-treated lumber. We're going to move towards composite materials to replace those. And then the Spring Street School HVAC replacement is for the unit that services the front of the building, which is currently non-operational. I think I detailed in my 1-pager in the responses, funding is obviously a challenge. We know that we have projects that we have to complete. It's just a matter of prioritizing them and doing them as we get the funding. Our ongoing priority is focusing on the immediate needs and critical repairs, though we do recognize that there are issues that we will have to face in the coming years. Appreciate your time this morning. Be happy to answer any questions.
I had one question.
Yes. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you for that presentation. I just want to follow up on the last comment that you just made in terms of the capital improvement plan projects. Do you have a list that could be publicly shared of maybe a 5 to whatever number of year plan of potential projects? I know you have to prioritize, and I understand that, but is there a list of projects that are on the horizon that could be shared publicly?
Yeah, so I think in my response to one of the questions, we did kind of list out 10 projects that we know about that are coming. It's just a matter of prioritizing them, and I haven't quite had a chance yet. I mean, we know, I would say the first thing we're probably going to do is library HVAC. There's a unit that services the old original part of the building that is also non-operational at this point, so, you know, the rest of the building is working correctly. We actually had a consultant come out and look at that, and they suggested to us that the unit is actually undersized. So we've got quotes on replacing that with a 10-ton unit as opposed to an 8-ton, just to better manage that space. But yeah, there are a lot of pressing needs, and it's just a matter of, I think, sitting down with the manager's office and laying that out in front of them and letting them know how we want to proceed with that.
Question.
Some questions, yes, sir.
What is the percentage of the budget that goes to just maintaining the buildings? And are we behind on maintaining buildings?
I wouldn't necessarily say that we're behind. You know, I think we do a really good job utilizing the resources that we do have. I don't know an exact percentage of the budget that goes to that. That kind of lives in a couple different places. I think we have a major buildings repair fund, and then I think we have, in professional services, I think we have some money as well that goes towards some of that. I can get you an exact percentage.
Yeah, that'd be great, but you feel that you're keeping up with the maintenance? Because I you know, without maintaining, they're gonna make your list of needed.
Yeah, I mean, we're really good with our PM program.
Okay.
You know, we're on a schedule for everything as far as, especially with rooftop units, right? That's usually where most of the money is. We're really good with that program, with changing out filters, cleaning coils. You know, coil cleaning is, dependent on the pollen season, is usually the worst, right? So we sometimes go in there before that gets going, and then we're in there in June and July as well doing it. But I do think we do a good job with that, yeah.
Great. That's never really highlighted in the budget, so it's good to hear.
Sure, yeah.
Thank you.
Yes, David.
So in the questions you came back with, the top priority ones you want to do, and I appreciate it was very well done, but the Spring Street School HVAC
Yep.
was listed twice. Is that a different school you meant, or, so you put it in the capital that you're getting, and then you put it in the capital what you want to do?
So that's the same thing, so.
Oh, it's the same project?
That is one of our highest priority things, and that is included in this year's capital request, yeah.
And then it seems like the HVC is the big ones around the town, right? So the extra $160,000 would be for the library and all the fire stations?
Yeah, the fire station HVAC, I think, so Joe, my predecessor, had gotten that pricing on that, so the way I understood that request was, we had that same consulting firm come out and look at the fire stations and looked at the library. The unit that services Station 3 is more of a residential style unit, so they've recommended that we upgrade that unit. Station 2, I think, has a lot of problems. We're getting to the end of its useful life. And then a big part of that was trying to bring the BMS system, the building management software, to control all 3 of the stations under one umbrella. So I believe that cost is rolled into there as well.
Thank you.
Jean?
No, yes.
Oh, may I ask a
Yes.
question? Your professional services line item, so the fiscal projection one has it at like 1.1 million. How many contracts are in there? And can you give me a sense of the kinds of services that are included in that?
I can get you an exact list. Most of that is tied up in contract cleaning services at the
Okay.
schools.
Is that also where like past is? Because you said you have an IPM.
Yep, so
Okay.
we do have an IPM. We work with Hudson Pest. I think they've been our vendor for quite a while.
Okay.
But yeah, most of that money is tied in contractual cleaning services. I think we're at about 950,000 a year.
Okay.
Just in that.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
If there's no other, I just have a couple questions before I open it to the public, and these were line items. I was a little concerned on the overtime dollars that were put into the budget versus what's been used in the past as actual. And that also refers to the standby, actual versus what you're requesting. So I wondered what the discrepancy, where we were talking, you know, we're in the $90,000 range, so it kind of
Yep.
caught my attention going down through the items.
So I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, before a couple of years ago, it was broken down by building, and now we're just showing it as one singular number at the
So,
top?
so we expend on a per building basis, so if you look at the line items below overtime in your line item budget, you'll see that they have numbers in them. So you have to add up all those line items, so the year-over-year increase is consistent or, you know, just inflated slightly based upon our pay. Year over year, it's not substantially different.
Yeah. Well, again, I was just going back, you're looking at 2025, and you look at the actuals versus what it is today. Yes, you know.
Yeah, so you have to go down as well, so you have to.
No, I
Okay.
see it now, yeah.
Okay.
Understand that. Yeah.
I would also say too with the standby pay, so the standby pay is our assistant division managers, we run a 4-person on-call rotation.
For the weekends, for instance, and yeah.
Correct,
Okay.
after
Yeah,
hours,
yeah,
so
no.
that's what that
Yeah,
is.
yeah. Just so the public understands
absolutely.
exactly what we're talking about. We're throwing out these figures. Yes?
So just to follow up on that, if I'm, reading it correctly, right? So if I go down for each building, there are 2 line items there overtime, one above all buildings and one below. Is that what I add to compare?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I just want to make sure I'm following it correctly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any questions from the public? If not, we thank you very much. I
Thanks very
think you
much.
did a great job for this
Thank you.
short period of time.
I told them I was gonna keep it moving.
You're gonna keep it moving, huh? All right, good. Thank you very much. Okay, the next on our agenda is we're gonna get into the public safety, and the first is gonna be the police department. So, that is gonna be on page 169. Really clean out the room now.
Mr. Bizikar, could you, oh, you did already, thank you, so, the
I know
slides.
I'm not as good as Alex.
Tough crowd.
Oh, you hire her.
Good morning, Chief. Would you like to introduce yourself? And
Sure.
we'll start it when you're ready.
Excellent. Good morning. I'm Chief Kevin Anderson, and I want to thank the Finance Committee for the opportunity to present the Shrewsbury Police Department's FY27 budget narrative. As we enter our 3rd year in the new Shrewsbury Police Station, the building continues to be the premier law enforcement facility of the Commonwealth, serving as a 24/7 hub for both our 21st century policing model and the community we serve. The facility is more than just offices. It's a regional training asset. In the past year, we hosted 48 classes, providing over $29,000 in professional development value for our personnel at no additional cost to the taxpayers. Furthermore, the station hosted 722 other community events and meetings, proving it is a vital resource for all of Shrewsbury. Our department currently consists of 78 full-time employees, including 61 sworn officers, serving over 38,000 residents. Despite growing pressures, we have achieved significant goals this year. We are nearing full implementation of Central Square Records Management System, which will use data-driven analytics to maximize our operation efficiency. We successfully launched a full-time traffic unit with 2 dedicated officers to address one of our community's top concerns. We have expanded our care for the most vulnerable through the Blue Envelope Program, Coffee with a Cop, and Project Lifesaver. Our team, led by Lieutenant Perna, aggressively pursued and secured over $400,000 in grant funding to offset costs for equipment and operations that the general budget might not otherwise cover. However, we are facing a widening gap between service demand and our capacity to respond. According to the University of Massachusetts Donahue Institute for Economic and Policy Research, Shrewsbury ranks 15th out of 351 communities for population growth since 2020. Nearby Worcester is ranked 5th, while Westboro is 23rd. As our community and communities around us grow, our calls for service increase. Our calls for service have increased by 15% since 2021, reaching more than 48,000 calls this past year. At the same time, traffic volume has surged. In November 2025 alone, an average of nearly 130,000 vehicles entered Shrewsbury each day. Looking ahead, the pressure will only increase, with 8 new developments totaling over 1,300 units. We anticipate adding roughly 3,400 new residents and over 2,200 additional vehicles to our road. Currently, our staffing ratio is 1.54 officers per 1,000 residents. To put that in perspective, the national average is 2.46. If we do not grow our ranks, our ratio will drop to 1.41 as these new developments open, placing us significantly lower behind our peer communities. Our primary goal for 2027 is to transform our leadership structure by adding the rank of captain. Currently, there is a gap in our leadership hierarchy. The additional captains would create a defined second in command to manage daily operations, allowing me to focus on long-term strategy and policy. It will elevate administrative duties to captains in order to free our lieutenants and sergeants to focus on shift-level supervision. This is critical because 23 of our 45 patrol officers have less than 5 years on the job. To conclude, the FY27 budget requests a move toward risk mitigation. Without these leadership roles and additional patrol staff, we cannot expect our traffic unit, expand our traffic unit, or maintain the level of proactive policing that the residents expect and deserve. We are doing more with less, but as the town grows, we must ensure our infrastructure, specifically our human capital, grow with it. Thank you for your time and continued support for the men and women of the Shrewsbury Police Station, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Questions? Yes, first, Dennis?
On the traffic enforcement, how is that working out? Are we seeing an increase in tickets, or now that we've have it in there, a decrease in tickets?
Yeah, it's actually worked out very well. So we focus on education, engineering, and enforcement. So we don't always give tickets out. Sometimes we're out there educating the public, but it's working out very well. Having 2 officers dedicated to traffic enforcement allows them to focus strictly on that. And we work through the Traffic Advisory Committee. We meet once a month, and we just figure out where the problems are in town, and we focus on those.
Are we seeing a decrease in maybe accidents or anything? It may be too early to tell as well.
It may be too early to tell, but I think with our new records management system, which is phenomenal, that we'll be able to get that.
Okay, because I think that was a great idea and a great resource to have for the town.
Yes, and what we're doing this year is we're enforcing our traffic unit. 1 officer is dedicated to commercial traffic enforcement. He's going to be certified as a weights and measures officer, so he'll have the ability to give citations to commercial traffic.
Great.
Yep. Go ahead, Victor, first.
Just a quick question in conjunction with what Dennis asked, Chief. So the traffic situation, and you really mentioned how it's going to just increase as we grow. Is there any data that the police department can provide in terms of identifying choke points or something to work with the town planner, town management in terms of alleviating those traffic situations?
So I don't know if this is the correct answer, but we just implemented 5DK. It's a software that they use your GPS in your smartphones and in your vehicles and goes through a satellite, and they show us in real time where the traffic problems are, what time of day, where they are. And we've followed up with that with our stat tracker, and they're about 3% accurate. Like there's a 3% plus or minus, so they're fairly accurate. It's really kind of a great product.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to focus on those areas that are the problem areas in most traffic.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mohan?
So thank you, Chief, for your service and what your department does for the town. So thank you very much for that. I'm just going to ask follow-up questions with some of the questions that I had asked, and you provide the detailed response already.
Sure.
So regarding your, average response time, you stated out, 4 minutes during the day, in the night, obviously because of the less traffic, it's 1 or 2 minutes, right?
Yep.
Is that something that you're comfortable with managing that, with your current staffing levels, or can there be, if we go, you said about, we are at 1.5, per 1,000, that's probably a national, the town is at 2.4, right? So
Yep.
if we have to add more staff, is that another response time level that you're targeting
Yes, so just to give a little context of it, like Worcester is 2.1 per thousand, Westboro is 1.9. I think our really great spot we'd be at is 2 per thousand residents. I requested additional officers in my original request. There's gonna be 2 patrol officers, 1 for the midnight shift and another one for the traffic division. My goal eventually is to have 5 traffic officers. That would cover a day-evening split. It would cover every shift on the day and on the evening. So that way we'd have 2 traffic officers on every day and evening shift. And what's good about that, it's a force multiplier. So if we have those officers on traffic and a major incident happened, immediately they're taken off and they're assisting with a high-scale impact event.
Thank you for that. And then,
Can I just touch on the stats for a little bit?
Yes.
So although it's 2 to 4 minutes for all of our incidents, the benchmark we really need to look at is that 75% of our calls are lights and siren. 25% are non-emergency. We'll stack those, what we call stack those calls, and send an officer when available. So that's why that number is a little higher. But the reality is 75% we respond lights and siren, which is an emergency. That is under a minute. So it's 58 seconds, and most of them out of that 75,000 is about 42 seconds.
Yep.
So we're there within a minute.
Yeah, thank you. And so just a couple of follow-ups. So I did see your 5-year plan about the traffic unit that you want to expand from 2 to 5. At the same time, your achievements or the goals were to increase community participation.
Yes.
And tying that back to your just comment, right? 25% of the calls are non-emergency. So how can we tie that community engagement with non-emergency calls? Find the reasoning behind it, and we as a community also can complement your efforts and truly only call you during emergency. You know what I mean?
Yes. So what we do is we have a 22-member community engagement team, and they're on every shift. And we also have a comfort dog that works the day shift. So when he's free and is not on a call, he gets to go to community engagements. And again, having those officers, and when we have a high-impact event, we can pull them off.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
David?
All right, I have 2 questions, Chief. With the 2 new captains, if they get approved, do they work a different shift?
Yes, so my plan is to have Monday through Friday and then work a split shift. So every day, Monday through Friday, there'll be a captain either on days or on evenings. And my long-term goal is to have a lieutenant on every 4 and 2 schedule. So there's a commander on every schedule and a sergeant.
Right, and Chief, I know we see the stats, but when there's a traffic stop, it turns into, say, the person has a warrant or something, what are the manpower hours used in that one incident? So you see, 30 incidents, but what are the manpower hours given average for each incident?
Yeah, I can definitely get you that number.
Right.
If we're, just to give you an idea, if we had a traffic stop and the post recommends that we have at least 2 officers and 1 sergeant on every call. So that's another reason for those commanders, so we can free up sergeants to be on the road to oversee the officers on the road. But typically it takes about 3 to 5 officers when there's an arrest. And it takes, if I was to guess, at least an hour and a half tied up by the time you bring them into booking. And again, 2 officers overseeing a booking with a sergeant. And so it's at least an hour and a half, but I could definitely get you that number.
Yeah, because I don't know if you do the back end, but once you process them, does someone else transport them, or do you guys have to transport them to either the court or the jail?
We transport them, and there is a new facility, but we have to take them to Chicopee if it's a female.
Okay, yes, sir. So
that could
I
take
think that would be
4
great
hours.
to have, just so, 1 incident, 3 people, hour and a half, plus the transport, then the guy has to come back, so you lose an officer for 5-6 hours.
Yes. And it's not uncommon for us on a shift to be tied up with 2 major incidents, and all our officers are tied up.
I had one more question.
Yep.
Chief, you mentioned a lot about traffic. Does the increase in population in town also have any effect on crime, other forms of crime? Or are you seeing that plateaued or similar to before?
No, we actually have seen an increase. So the interesting thing with this area is it's not just Shrewsbury that's growing. Worcester, as I said, is the 5th growing fastest community in the state, and it's the 2nd largest city. So I'm sure everyone has seen, you go up 290, you can see all those apartment buildings, and that increases our traffic and that increases our crime. 75%, but 72 to 75% of the people that we deal with aren't from town.
Kelly?
So first of all, belated happy birthday to Blue. Hopefully you guys aren't going into the terrible twos phase there.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask a quick question about the grant money. So I think it's amazing that, according to your answer to our question in the Q&A, that you were able to bring in over $400,000 in grant funding in 2026. Some of what we've heard in the other conversations around grant money, though, is that it can be unpredictable. It comes, then it ends. The timing ends up maybe being off. I know some of the grant money goes to maybe offset training and things like that, but some of it is also being used to cover salaries and personnel. Is there any of that grant money that you think presents a higher than average risk for us as a town, because we would need to find a way to backfill to maintain staffing if some of those grants weren't renewed or weren't available again?
Yes, so one of the grants is from Mental Health Commission, and that's about $173,000, I believe. So because we have a mental health clinician on board, we get her salary, which is about, in benefits, $129. We also get an additional $50 from our dispatch support and incentive grant because we have a mental health clinician. So if we were to lose that funding from the mental health clinician, we'd lose that money and the $50,000 that goes to our dispatchers' salaries.
Okay.
And that used to be 3 years, now it's every year, and we're at risk right now of losing that statewide.
Okay.
It's getting cut significantly, but they said that last year, and in June, we were able to get that funding.
Okay, excellent, thank you.
You have another question? Go ahead, Dave.
I see that we have the taser and body camera final payment.
Yes.
What is your policy of life cycle of a taser?
So typically it's 5 years, and I actually have scheduled an appointment actually this week to meet with the rep in the fall to see if it's worth us next fiscal getting another set of tasers. We'll look at the cost of keeping those, because once we're at the 5-year mark, now we're responsible for any type of repairs and things like that.
And also the software upgrades that come into the
Yes.
cartridges, sometimes they can no longer fit into the tasers, just like computers, so you have to get a new taser for the new software.
Yes,
Okay, so that's going to be an ongoing cost.
yes.
Okay, thank you.
I just had a couple line item questions. Number one is on the overtime, and it looks like you have to build and add up a number of columns before you get the total on. I'm just wondering if maybe we can implement that next year, that we just have one total, similar to what the fire department does for extra duty, so we kind of get an idea on it.
Okay.
Rather than and lump it all together. The other thing I noticed that the educational incentive is way up, both the police and the fire, and I think that's great, that they're utilizing those benefits from the town. But the last thing is, on the capital, you probably have besides the public building, you have the most requests for items on there. Whatever your priorities as far as these 6 items go, which ones would be first in line? Which one?
So first would be a marked cruiser. Second would be to replace my cruiser, 'cause that way we could take my cruiser that has low miles, but it's 5 years old, could be put in the Detective Bureau. The next would be to replace that unmarked cruiser. And then in priority, I would say the F-150. And then I would say the motorcycle trailer.
Those are also important things to you, the
Yes.
trailer?
Yes. And if I could touch on that education incentive, to talk about the increase, that was part of our contract bargaining with the unions. It used to be that you had to be phased in over a 3-year period. As of July 1st, 2026, you're going to be able to get your Quinn bill as of that date. And the reason why we did that is to be competitive with other towns. We were the only town that did that.
No, I have no complaints on it. I'm just saying it gets to be high when you start looking between the fire and the police.
Yes.
You're talking some serious dollars you're spending over which again, I think is a great incentive, especially for the manpower to take advantage of those dollars on there. So I just brought it up, so the motoring public, if they pick up their sheet and holy mackerel, we're giving that money away? No, we're actually utilizing it to make these police better.
Yes.
And same thing with the fire department, so so.
Thank you.
Two questions. One is the dedicated drone trunk system. I believe that's on your budget. What exactly?
So right now, the drone unit has been a huge success. Right now, the officers take the equipment and bring it in their cruiser. This would be a dedicated trunk system for that cruiser, and they'd be assigned that cruiser when they're working. And they can actually take the drones in this container, and it can be charged in there, and they can just go on a scene, open it up, and take the drone out.
Okay, so that's safety. And the second is, I know you mentioned a new cruiser for you, and then you use that cruiser to the detectives. Since it's low mileage, why wouldn't we just give the detectives the new cruiser?
In my budget is also a request for a
Okay.
new cruiser for a detective to replace a 2010.
Okay.
Oh, I have a question.
Yes. David?
Are there any cars for the two new captains?
Excuse me?
If you get the two new captains, do you have cars for them?
What we'll do is utilize the fleet. So when we promote two captains,
Mm-hmm.
we'll have those cars, and then as we promote the next two lieutenants, the plan is to have them be shift commanders, and they'll all share one vehicle,
Oh, okay.
which we currently have.
With that, I'm gonna open up to the public to see if they have any questions. Please come forward.
Dating Gunn at 43 LeBlanc Road. Thank you, Chief. Following up on the grant question about the mental health professional, if that grant money were to go away for some reason, I hope we find in the budget somewhere to keep her. As we all know, mental health crises are arising more and more every day, and she is invaluable to our department. So I hope, for some reason, should that grant money go away, that we find it in our budget. On a more personal level, since we have both of our chiefs here today, this might not be for this forum, but because we're talking about money and the time of response calls, we had an emergency crisis in my home in May, and both of these departments showed up in record time for my family. And I am eternally grateful. I cannot speak for them more. I don't know where I would be today without them. My husband suffered a life-threatening emergency, and he was there. His department was there in, I don't know, seconds. And both of their departments were utmost professionals. They treated me with incredible compassion. They saved my husband's life. And if we don't have that for our residents in that split-second time, then we are failing our community. So please, let's keep our numbers high enough so that every single resident gets the same care and compassion that my family received. Thank you.
Any additional, yes? Come forward.
Anand Sharma, 102 Stony Hill Road. So recently, I'm talking about the Route 20 corridor. Last couple of months, we had multiple accidents, maybe dozens or more than, like I can say, around 20, 30. And those are happening there regularly. I would like to know why this corridor happening too many accidents, and what is the department has the plan to mitigate them or address them.
I just want to clarify the question. You want to know what our plan is?
Yeah, plan is
mitigate the
how to we
problem?
reduce the number of those accidents on the Route 20 corridor.
And that's part of having a traffic division, is to have officers available to be at those locations. And I believe there's also a plan to reconstruct Route 20 as well. And that's, Kevin, I don't know if you want to speak on that or when that started.
It's going on, like last 3 months, you can see the number is totally increased, whatever you can see in the past. So if you go to the police log, you can see those number now or before last year, it happening continuously. So why we want to know, like, why is this happening now and not before?
That could be just a case of the increased amount of people that are moving to the area.
So maybe you mean like overdevelopment happening in the town?
Excuse me?
I mean overdevelopment happening on the town, a lot of people are coming here, and those are the problem?
Yeah, we have about 130,000 people that come into this town every day. And in a month, it's about 3.5 million. That's a significant increase, well, from 5 years ago.
So, I mean, like, when everything is increasing, then we have to address, like, those issues, like, so accidents should not happen. Like, I live on that corridor, I live in the Stony Hill, and I'm facing problem every day. I can't take left turn in the morning or evening when I'm going to drop my daughter. It's very hard there, and we need to like address that issue.
Yes, so I think that the reconstruction that is proposed through a series of investments that are funded already or we're pursuing funding for, I think will address the real questions. You know, there is development in the community, and as the chief talks about, it's not just about the community. Those, you know, the 135,000 that come through the community, that's those entering the community in either direction, not coming from within. So, you know, we have a $30 million investment from South Street to the Northborough line on Route 20. We have about a $6 million investment at Centec Boulevard at Route 20. And then we're pursuing additional funding for additional traffic safety lights and control mechanisms along the corridor. So I think that's what we need, and we'll continue to look for investment in to help reduce those traffic accidents that we're seeing.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
And just one more comment to touch on that a little bit. So we did have a meeting with the DOT a few months back, and they are gonna be putting rotaries on Route 20. And there's also, we're also gonna have discussions about certain areas having no left turns and trying to make things safer on that roadway.
There's no other questions. We thank you very much.
Thank you.
Nice to see you again.
Appreciate your support.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is fire, and that's on page 173. We'll ask the chief and Joe to come forward. Good morning. Would you gentlemen just introduce yourself? I think everybody knows you, but it's always good for the public.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Seth Colby, the Shrewsbury Fire Chief. Our department consists of myself, Deputy Chief Weigold, our operations manager, Joe Milos, who I'm sure most of you know, and one executive assistant. We work primarily Monday through Friday. We have 44 firefighters and officers that are spread out over 4 shifts that provide 24-hour-a-day coverage from 3 fire stations. Our mission is to protect life, property, and the environment through public education, fire prevention, emergency response, and to be helpful, courteous, and professional. Our responsibilities are extensive and go far beyond fire suppression and emergency response. We are the ones who people call when they don't know who else to call. It may be anything from helping a person up who has fallen, helping a resident with a water leak they can't stop in their house, a hazardous material leak that is contaminating our waters, or a large multiple alarm fire. Our number one priority is always life safety, but fires can have other far-reaching impact on our community. Residential fires leave our residents without a place to live. Commercial fires can put companies out of business, leading to a loss of job, a loss of tax revenue, and leave dangerous remains of the building behind. This is why we've requested a dedicated fire inspector in the FY27 budget. This position will be a certified firefighter who will also undergo extensive specialized training and certification for fire inspections. Fire inspections are a highly technical, specialized area of the fire service. This position will make our fire prevention program much more effective. Preventing fires from starting is a much more effective way to protect lives and property than responding to them after the fact. However, when a fire does break out, seconds matter. Ensuring that occupants have code-compliant, working fire detection and suppression systems is critical. Ensuring early fire detection, quick warning, and adequate egress is vital to saving lives. This will be a significant step forward in protecting the residents and the economy of Shrewsbury. I thank you for your support in this position. I don't want to go on. I gave you the 2-page, 1-pager. So I don't want to repeat everything that was said in that, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions that you have.
We thank you for not making a really small font to make it a 1-page.
Question from the committee? Yeah.
So again, thank you for all the details that you have provided and the grants that you have secured, prior year and this year as well. I think Again, this is more curious question. You have mentioned a lot of community engagement events, right? And I really like that efforts, right? At the same time, I know when my elder daughter was in high school, they had something called CPR, as part of their health, and then you can go for certifications and whatnot. Are we encouraging, our young community members, to go towards that? Because having that knowledge, in my personal opinion, is really great. That will reduce again, my personal opinion, that will reduce those, like if someone is choking, or someone is having certain difficulties, having those knowledge inside the household is critical, because as you mentioned, when it matters, it's a matter of seconds, right, or minutes. And you cannot be there everywhere at the same time. So are you guys working towards that kind of community engagement, partnering with school department or health as part of the curriculum?
Yeah, absolutely. That is a long-term goal. We would love to get to the point where everyone that graduates from high school has had CPR training. So we have, as everyone knows, right, we have a new health department here in town with a public health nurse. This year, it was mentioned, I believe, in the one pager there that we brought our EMS training in-house in the fire department. So we have multiple instructors that can teach CPR, as well as there's a new head of nurses for the schools, for public schools. And we've started a dialogue between the three, between public health, school, nursing, and our EMS trainers, and with a goal of trying to do that.
Thank you.
Yes, David.
I know on Route 20, across from the Elmwood, they have approved a 5-story, I think it's 2 apartment buildings going in up on a hill. Do you have equipment that can reach the 5th floor if needed?
We can reach, yes, so that project in particular is going through the process now. My deputy is the one that takes the lead on the fire prevention. He and I have reviewed the site plans with that. We do have, our ladder truck it's a 102-foot ladder. That's when it's straight up from the ground, including the chassis of the truck. It has about 90 feet of reach. So the front side of those buildings we can reach with our ladder truck. The rear of those buildings, those 2 buildings, will not have vehicle access. So we would be able to reach the 3rd floor with ground ladders. We would not be able to reach upper floors.
Are you done, David?
Yeah, I am, just thinking, sorry.
Yeah, that's one of the concerns. I don't know if you've heard about, we all know, right, the housing shortage in the state. They came out with the ADUs. Now they're pushing for, and this is happening not just in Massachusetts, but nationwide, for single stairwell buildings of upwards of 10 floors. And that's one of the reasons why the fire service is pushing back on that. Because when there is a fire, if you can't access it via ladder, you need to use the stairwells. And when you only have one stairwell and residents are trying to get out and firefighters are trying to go in and you're trying to stretch hose lines in the same stairwells that you're trying to evacuate residents from. So that really kind of points out the need for multiple stairwells and not allowing single stairwell buildings.
Yes.
So just to follow up on your response to David's, right? So I understand that's exactly the thought came in my mind is like, if you can't reach, then there needs to be multiple exit points. Is that something that we have embedded in our zoning, or I don't know. I mean the zoning guidelines or the planning like how would someone in planning committee will know about that, or can we is there an enforceable clause to the developer saying like if we can't reach it, it needs to be modified in this way, otherwise you're not getting a fire
Right.
safety compliance certificate.
Yep, absolutely. So in that particular project, we have not, issued the permits and approved everything. We're only able to enforce what's either in local zoning or what's in the building code, or in our case, in the fire code specifically for us. So those buildings will have to meet the fire code for access. Because they're gonna be sprinkled buildings, we can't require vehicle access 360 degrees around the building. The most that we have to be able to reach any portion of any exterior wall within 250 feet of a fire engine. So when you can put an engine on either end, 250 feet both ways, they can have 500 feet of exterior wall that doesn't have to be accessible by vehicle. And that's, we can't enforce, beyond what the state code is.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, Dan?
I always thought the code meant you had to have two egresses. So I would think one stairway would not be two egresses. So I'm wondering, I guess I'm wondering how that's getting through, because, it's only one egress for people on the second, third, and fourth floor.
Correct, and the building industry and others that are advocating for it are trying to say that they can create, if they don't have to put a stairwell in there, they can put additional apartments in, which will create more low-income housing and more affordable housing, and it'll help with the housing crisis. The reality is that a stairwell is probably not enough space to do an entire apartment.
Right.
And they're creating, or potentially, if this passes at the state level, and this, Connecticut just went through it where it was approved and then repealed. Like I said, it's happening on the national level, but if this goes forward, our concern is that they're not really creating more housing units, but they are creating unsafe housing units.
So just to follow up on that, so is that something currently going through in Massachusetts legislature?
It is.
Could you forward that out to at least everyone on this committee, but wasn't aware that they were actually doing that legislation, and I'd be very interested in talking to my legislatures and telling them that it's a really dumb idea.
Yep, I'd be happy to send that information. I'll send it through Alex.
Yep, that'd be fine.
Kelly?
Yeah, I think that could be part of the outreach too as well, that you could do in the community, just letting the community know that they're trying to change some codes and this is what we're gonna get. So.
Kelly?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I wanted to ask a quick question about building inspections. I know you've got the additional FTE in the FY27 budget. On Tuesday night, heard loud and clear the concern that the building inspector has about how far behind, especially they are around common spaces in apartment buildings. I also know that the inspections aren't quite the same thing, and sometimes they're done sort of together. Would you mind speaking to sort of your either comfort or concern level around where we are with inspections, and then how quickly you think bringing this additional FTE on will start to make an improvement townwide?
Sure. So I watched the building commissioners hearing with you the other night, and it's the same struggles that we have, right? And I know one of the points that was brought up is they have the capacity to get out and do the initial inspection. It's the follow-up inspections that become very challenging, and that's what we see. So we have a wide array of inspections we do. So we try to get into every commercial occupancy annually. So every business to get in annually to do an inspection. We have to do all the permitting, plans reviews, and inspections for any new commercial occupancy. Any residential properties, same thing, we do plans review and all the permitting and inspecting of those. We do a lot of a certificate of occupancy inspections for liquor licenses and places of assembly. We do those in conjunction with the building officials. The state law actually requires that the fire and building both do those together and sign off for anybody with a liquor license. That was some of the stuff I believe that came out of the Station nightclub fire. So we have a whole bunch of different levels of that. We have equally, the challenge that we have are the same, like I said, that they have. So we'll go out, let's say we go out and inspect a business today and we find violations. We issue the violation notice, and right now we're doing it with shift staffing. So somebody goes out and does it for one shift, and then they have to try to reschedule it for 7 days, 30 days, depending on the severity of it. And they have to try to schedule it on a day that they're back on a rotating basis. So a lot of times we'll end up with one shift goes out and does an inspection, the follow-up inspection is done by somebody different.
Yeah.
Right, so the consistency, so we have a lot of struggles with that. They're trying to do the inspections in between responding to emergency calls, training, and all these other responsibilities, equipment maintenance, and all these things they have. So a lot of times an inspection gets done, maybe the initial follow-up inspection gets done, there's still violations, and all of a sudden it drops off because now there's new inspections coming, and a lot of times we don't see it to completion to make sure that we have compliance. So hopefully having this position that's solely dedicated to inspections will help prevent that from happening, as well as increase the amount of inspections we can get, because there are businesses that we're not able to get into every year.
Do you have the same issue with property owner responsiveness that it sounded like the building inspector's dealing with? Like just been getting property owners to respond to you so you can do an inspection?
We do. There's some, even to get into the building. Typically, we can work through that. Most businesses, we're able to show up and do an inspection. We try to be sensitive of the building and what time of day. Like, we're not gonna go inspect a restaurant at 11:30 in the morning when you're trying to get ready for their lunch rush. We try to, time it well. If that doesn't work, then if that's not a convenient time, we'll schedule a convenient time to come back for them. And typically, we're able to do that. Where we run into problems is when you don't have, the owner isn't on site, right? And maybe the manager says, well, it has to go through the owner, or it has to go through this one. And then you've got a company that is owned by an out-of-state entity, and we're trying to schedule it and do that. That can be challenging sometime. It's very rare that we're ever told, no, you're never coming in. But it is, and again, that all takes time, right? It's phone calls, it's emails, it's following up on it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, Davis?
You want to go, Vikram?
Sure, thanks.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you, Chief. I probably bring this up every year. The average response time and Ms. Garnett gave a very beautiful description of her experience. So you have mentioned in your memo the challenges which results in moving staff around, so you're not able to do the staffing and administrative stuff, and more people are on calls and all that, and you do have many instances of double calls. So could you talk a little bit about that, how you're alleviating that problem, and what are the challenges, and what can the town do to help alleviate it even further?
Yep, absolutely. So all of the staffing challenges that Chief Anderson talked about earlier really apply to us as well. We're at 1.2 firefighters per 1,000 population, which is on the low side compared to other communities in our area. And when you look at staffing, there's kind of two different numbers you look at. So we're at like a 1.2 per 1,000, but there's NFPA standard, the National Fire Protection Association standard, and to respond to what I'll call a routine fire, right? What would be our typical fire in Shrewsbury, single-family house, requires 17 firefighters on scene. We have 10 on duty most of the time. One of them is dispatching, so that we put 9 firefighters on scene. So we rely on mutual aid for pretty much any fire. Actually, I stepped out earlier during one of the previous hearings because we had a call, smoke in the building, and they were calling to let me know that Northborough and Westborough were on their way to assist us. So that's how we meet that staffing level, is with automatic aid and having an engine from Northborough and a ladder from Westborough respond right away with us. So we do that, but the overlapping calls become another challenge. We don't need 17 people on most calls, right? A single engine, which we run with a lieutenant and 2 firefighters, can handle most of the calls, right? An EMS call, carbon monoxide, alarms, stuff like that. But where we only have three fire trucks on the road, right? We have three truck staff, so even if they're smaller incidents that can be handled by one company, Once we hit that three calls, we have nobody left to go. So that's another case where we may have to call mutual aid and have them respond without us to an incident. One advantage that, again, I had mentioned that the fire inspector is going to be a trained certified firefighter, and their responsibility is not going to be to respond to calls, because that's what we're trying to avoid, right, is have somebody that's not getting pulled away to go on calls that can focus on the fire prevention and the fire inspection. But if you look at the incidents by time of day, it's really 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. is when it ramps up in peaks, right? So during those hours, having that additional fire inspector available, having Joe, myself, the deputy, again, that's not something that we routinely go on calls, but when you do have either a larger incident or another overlapping call, we do have the ability that we could respond to that incident to cover it.
Quick.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So Chief, I know this year we got a lot of snow and then the plows come and they push even more snow on the fire hydrants. Like in my neighborhood where people live, that they clear them out, but there's places where there's no houses. Did you find any challenges this year responding to calls and having the fire hydrants sort of buried?
So fortunately, we did not have a significant fire with a buried hydrant that impeded the, impeded its access. But it certainly is a challenge. So we had, and one thing that this year was also a challenge, and I know you talked extensively about plowing and clearing the roads, is we went out, the crews went out, firefighters went out and shoveled hydrants. I know a lot of residents went out and took care of the ones in their neighborhoods, and I certainly thank them for that. There's far too many hydrants for us to be able to get to every one of them, so having the residents, step up and do that is great. One thing that I actually saw some departments throughout New England, not just in Mass, but other states, they did challenges, like having, kids take a picture of the hydrant that you shoveled out, post it on the social media, and you'll get entered into a drawing for a ride in the fire truck to school or something like that. So it was kind of cool. I saw a lot of places doing kind of positive reinforcement, if you will, on that. But it is certainly a challenge. And this year, like I said, I started to talk about the snow plowing, where they had so much snow, they plowed the roads, and then it was the next week that they were widening them. It's counterproductive for us to go and dig out a hydrant that then the plow comes by the next day to widen the road. So we really had to wait until the roads were widened before we could start sending crews out to start shoveling them out.
Thank you.
With that, I'm just going to ask a couple quick questions, and I'd like to move on. I'm glad you cleared up this new individual is going to be the fire inspector. He's also going to be a fireman. People have been asking, is this somebody that's just going to come in and inspect things? But I think that's great that you solved that. I go back each year and I always look at this extra duty, and it continues to go on. Are we having problems with sickness, injuries?
So right now, our extra duty account is in good shape.
I know the account's in good shape. I'm more on the projection.
Right, well, it's actually gone, it's gone down slightly. So extra duty really encompasses everything other than sick time and vacation time.
Yeah.
Right, so all of our training, when somebody goes to do training, the SAFE, we talk about the schools, right, the SAFE program in the schools, we do have a grant for that, but anything over and above the grant, it doesn't, the grant doesn't cover, comes out of that. So that really has, it's really everything other than that. So
it just always catches my eye, so I'm just bringing it up.
yeah, no, I understand. It is a big number.
Okay.
And we are working to, I know for a little while it was going, exceeding the number, and we're working, and we've successfully, kept it within budget.
Yeah.
So.
And just before we go on to the emergency, I'm just going to ask if Mr. Milo could just give us a quick update on our antique fire truck that we purchased a number of years ago, and I can tell you right now, I've had an opportunity to look at some of the work that's been done, and it is spectacular. And I hope when they get it basically back together, we can have a little preview to see what's been going on behind the scenes.
Yeah, no, we can definitely do that. The truck has been moving along. Actually, it's made some pretty good strides in the past few months. Pretty much all of the paint and bodywork and so forth for all of the panels for the truck is done. The chassis itself has been completed and done. The pump is actually back on it. Basically, right now, we're waiting on the engine to come back. That's I've got an update on that the other day. It's probably still about 7 to 10 weeks out. We're still waiting for some custom-made parts for it to put it back together. And we're also waiting for a lot of the chrome plating to come back on the truck. And once that comes back, we can probably start to make it look a lot more like a truck, hopefully over this summer and into early fall here. I'm really, well, no matter what, however far it is, there's a antique truck meet in Marlboro this year that's the local one for around here. And basically everybody's asked that if I could at least put it on the trailer and bring it there with however far it is so people could actually see where it was. There's a lot of people curious to see how it looks. So it is moving along, but we're getting into also the spot where it's all the fine little details that take the most amount of time to put it back together. So.
And thank you for all the work you've done on it and coordinated with that. So is there anything from the public?
Oh, sorry,
Diana
I did.
Oh, excuse me.
And please tell me if this is not the right time to ask, but I do see in here that we're now adding in the 9 additional FTE for the EMS. So I didn't know if this was the right time to ask, or if we could just get a really high-level update on where we're at in the planning for that.
So yeah, this budget does include funding for partial year coverage of the EMS program, which
Okay,
will-
so partial year, not full year?
Yeah,
Okay.
so we still intend to stand the program up sometime in the first quarter of calendar year 2027, so about a year from now. We have $1 million in the budget to seed the program and allow us to use those funds as we bring in revenue and really kind of understand what the volume is and how everything's going to work out with our current relationship with Worcester EMS. Hopefully fiscal year 28 will take several more steps or all the remaining steps to fully integrate it into the budget, but we've got to kind of see how things play out from what revenue is. As far as standing up the program, we've made substantial progress in negotiations with the union staff and have worked out program parameters, I would say at 95 to 98% of the way there. I know Mr. Milos could probably provide an update on the ambulance itself, but I think everything is on track to begin operations within early 2027.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll ask the public.
Dating on at 43 LeBlanc Road. Everybody's favorite topic, apartment complexes. Chief Anderson touched on it, the increase in calls to apartment complexes. We've had a number of them built recently, and we're anticipating some coming on soon, and we're looking at permitting more. What have you seen in calls for your department for the apartment complexes? Do you see a rise in them? Is your department being called on more? If you could just touch on that. Thank you.
Sure. I don't have an exact number for you. I did actually research it within the last year because the question did come up about what's the impact of an apartment complex when they bring one online. And I want to say across all of our apartment complexes, it was roughly 30 calls a year that each one would do. And that's a variety of EMS calls, fire alarms, food on the stove, the whole range.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Go ahead.
So I'm talking about the hard button 525. We have proposed 250 units. Those units have the height of the 5-story buildings. So 2 buildings, 5-story. My question is that do we need extra capital investment to address those kind of building, or we have capacity to deal with that?
The 5-story buildings, do we need any additional equipment?
Oh,
25.
Yeah, 525.
yeah, no, our current ladder truck will reach, and part of the permitting and approval process is that it needs to meet access for our apparatus, so we actually give them the turn radius and the requirements for our truck, and they have to engineer it onto the plan to ensure that our fire apparatus will be able to make it onto the site.
Okay, thank you.
If there's no other questions, we'll move on.
Mr. Chairman, you may be going there yourself, but if you would, could we consider taking Mr. Madaus before we break for lunch?
Sure we
since
can,
he's the only
but
other guest.
we still gotta do our emergency management.
No, I understand that, yep.
If we just wanted to
We'll
touch.
take a break.
Yeah.
This will take 2 minutes.
I love the budget.
It's actually gone up a lot, though, if you look back to 2025. Or fiscal.
It's on 177.
Are you all set for me to
Yeah.
begin then? All right. Thank you. So in addition to being the fire chief, I'm also the emergency management director here in Shrewsbury. The emergency management department is made up of all town employees that are full-time employees somewhere else. So, right, I'm the fire chief and emergency management director. The deputy emergency management director is Dave Fosha, who's a sergeant on the police department. Joe is our communications officer and takes care of all our radio systems, and if the emergency operations center has to be opened up, making sure that the phones and all of our communication systems are up and working. And then we have the PIO through the town manager's office. With Tanner now, he's actually recently just recently taken several emergency management classes and PIO classes through MEMA. So all of the staff are employed somewhere else within the town, and they do this as in addition to their responsibility. So the salaries and wages are just the stipends that cover that for those individuals. But the goal of our function is really to coordinate across multiple town departments. So when we had those two larger snowstorms this year, we set up meetings and brought everybody together, Selco and highway and everything, and to see what they needed for resources and just to ensure that we had good communication across the departments.
Thank you. Questions?
Yeah, just one quick question, Chief. Your communication systems, are they interoperable with the state police and all the other towns around, or are they just Shrewsbury?
You want to take that? I'm going to let our communications officer.
So back in 2021, when we started and we did the upgrade to the town, that was the 4.8 million that was with the police station project that was in there. When we did that, we went through a bunch of different options of how to do it, and the choice that we went with actually is we are part of Worcester's radio system. We combined with Worcester, the city of Worcester, which gave us coverage on that side of town, plus we added some on ours. The advantage is their radio system is also part of the COMIR system, they call it, which is the Commonwealth of Massachusetts Interoperable Radio System. So that is what the state police, what the DOT, what DCR, what basically every state-run entity uses that radio system. So it actually is very helpful when we do have an issue like that. We can basically talk to anybody that we need to talk to. So it gives us a severe flexibility, a lot more flexibility than what we had before. And it also helps the fact that the state is obviously trying to keep that radio system running for everything that they're doing, so that helps keep our system up and running for anything that's going on with it. So,
Thank you.
Thank you. No additional, how about from the public? Any questions from the public? If not, we thank you very much for the presentation and
Thank you.
keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Yeah. And we're gonna do one more before we take a short break for lunch. And we're gonna talk about the town council on page 104. Yeah.
We're just not getting.
We're just not
got the
getting
order of the
lunch.
food. Kidding.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Mr. Chairman, members of the Finance Committee, one thing to be the lawyer in the room, it's another thing to be the lawyer that's holding you up from lunch. So I'll try to talk fast, if that's okay.
No, thanks that your budget is pretty level, so we're quite, I think, pleased with that.
Okay, thank you. So for those of you that I haven't met, I'm Stephen Madaus of the firm of Myrick. We're a full-service firm of about 70 attorneys with offices in Worcester, Westboro, and Boston. This is my 11th year, believe it or not, serving as town council for Shrewsbury. So I do the general advice and counsel for the town for day-to-day operations. Examples include procurement matters, reviewing bid documents, preparing bid documents, advising on review of bid results. And that's not on every procurement matter. The town, you're fortunate in Shrewsbury, you have sophisticated departments, so they don't call on me for all of those matters, just when needed, unlike other towns. So I also work with the town manager's office, of course, on drafting or reviewing warrant articles for the annual town meeting, special town meeting, preparing or reviewing proposed special legislation like we were currently engaged in, or any other special projects or assignments of the town manager's office. It's rare that I attend meetings of the select board. More often I have to, or am asked to attend a meeting of the Board of Appeals or Planning Board, because as you're probably aware, land use issues are often more contentious for the town. Most of our litigation stems from Planning Board decisions or decisions of the Board of Appeals, which, as you're also aware, as the Finance Committee, the great disruptor for the budget for legal services is litigation. And so I work very hard to avoid litigation, but some of those matters that get appealed from the Planning Board or Board of Appeals, even most recently we had success on one in the Superior Court, and the plaintiff appealed that matter to the appeals court, so it didn't go away. I do work with the town planner to review and revise or prepare draft decisions for those boards, provide advice and counsel to all the departments of the town and offices of the town relative to open meeting law, public records law, and the conflict of interest law. Also review changes in the general laws. As the fire chief mentioned, the accessory dwelling units law that was enacted, and of course the MBTA communities and the regulations enacted pursuant to those laws and the impact on the various town departments as we work through those issues. And then also enforcement matters with the building inspector relative to both zoning and the state building code. Also contract claims and contract enforcement. Some of those matters may go to litigation as well, but we try to get parties to comply without having to go to court. So that's a general overview of my services as town council, and subject to your questions.
Oh, thank you. Questions? I just have, go ahead, Dan.
So what was the one that's been appealed and still ongoing? Is it wasn't like the Beals deal or any of those?
No, it was a land use matter.
Is it the, yeah, code?
I have it in my, it was, I'm sorry, a subdivision that required, under our inclusionary zoning, that developer sought under the inclusionary zoning bylaw a special permit to make a contribution to our housing trust fund rather than build the unit. The planning board denied the special permit, preferred that they build the affordable housing unit. They appealed that denial by the planning board to the Superior Court. The Superior Court upheld the planning board's decision, but now that plaintiff has appealed that to the appeals court. There is a case pending out of Cambridge challenging affordable inclusionary zoning bylaws throughout the Commonwealth. So I don't know if they were motivated by that. I only speculate.
I just had one question. Are we all clear now on Beal?
Yes.
As far as our litigation goes? All our
Yes.
bills are paid?
Yes.
Okay, fine.
Yes.
Thank you. There's no other questions. I'll ask the public. Does the public have any questions? If not, we thank you very much, and
Thank you.
we're gonna take a quick, say if we could take a quick 30-minute lunch break and get back to it and finish the day off. So with that, we'll go into recess. Thank you. We're just going to continue after having our lunch, and next on the agenda will be the Select Board. It's on page 85. Kevin, you're going to be the presenter, I believe, or?
Yes, I will. So, select board budget is a carry forward budget from fiscal year '26. Just an increase of $155 within expenses. So select board members do get a stipend and wages. Many of them do not take it. And, you know, they donate their time to the community. So that's very common among the board members that we have. We do like to keep the budget at the same level each year, though, because that is each and every board member's discretion. So again, the cost is associated with just some minor expenses within the department, a $155 increase.
Any questions from the committee? I would say any questions to the public, but I don't believe there's anybody here unless there's, do you have any questions? Greg?
I hope not. You don't have any questions on the select board?
On there. Okay, and then I guess we'll move on to the town manager on page 87.
Sure. So the town manager's budget provides funding for a town manager and 3 assistant town manager positions. So one of those positions is currently vacant and has been vacant since early last June or late last May. And we are currently in the process of reassessing the organization's needs and how to structure ourselves at the executive level of the organization. In addition to the assistants and the town manager, it provides for an executive assistant position that supports the select board and the town manager, the director of budget and financial planning, a coordinator of procurement, a business systems analyst, and a communications coordinator position. Actually, I should go back and say that the town manager's budget directly funds 2 of the 3 assistant town managers positions, with the other handled in the human resources department's budget for Ms. Odunk. Within operational expenses, we have some general professional services and software and systems, along with professional development opportunities, conference fees, and also professional organizations that the individual managers attend and participate in each year. So the budgets are just a modest increase, actually a decrease year over year. And that we've talked about previously as we're reducing the cost of our budget development software and using Munis, which is our ERP, to build the budget from fiscal year 28 and moving forward. It's also account of a $250,000 one-time expense that's built into the FY26 budget that is not being requested for FY27, and that's for optimization and improvement across many departments. So we continue to work on that initiative. A lot of it's being dedicated through and under the work that we're doing to move into the digital transformation of our enterprise resource planning system and the use of our OpenGov tool, which provides direct support to residents through licenses and permits. It's also used to support initiatives in other departments. For instance, the Director of Public Works talked about an organizational assessment that's going on within the Business Management Division, and those funds will be used there to support that. So rather consistent and definitely a level services budget. I think the biggest variable moving forward into the year is how we ultimately structure the assistant town managers, whether we leave it in a single position or look at other ways to support the organization in their efforts. So be happy to answer any questions that you have about this as well.
Yes.
Thank you, Kevin. I just had a question about the vacant assistant town manager position. Is that budgeted here or in the HR?
It's here.
It's here.
It's here. Yep.
So even though you're reassessing, you think you're going to hire somebody to take up that position?
I'm not 100% sure, but we will use the resources. It might be through multiple lower cost positions. For instance, we could go a couple of analysts or something like that, but we're just not sure what that outcome is. But we're actively reviewing that now, and we'll be working with the select board on those final determinations.
Thank you. No more questions.
Yes.
So this is sort of a general question. So a lot of obviously the town uses the computers and the software, which is very expensive, is getting more and more expensive. Is it not itemized per office? Like you have really nothing for rest, or is it a general fund we use? In other words, is it when people buy all the computers, or should there be computer funding in each department to show that 4-year cycle with all the different software?
So it's central right now when it comes to those hardware purchases. That's within the IT budget or the capital improvement plan. Software isn't quite as easy to answer, because if there is software that is truly individual department specific, say the police department's records management system, that's within the police department. But within the IT budget, we'll have things like Munis, which is our ERP and has a bunch of different components that a lot of different departments and the school use as well. So that's centrally budget. So
Okay.
software is a toss-up as to where it is.
It does seem like it's increasing every year.
It does.
At a high rate. So I didn't know how we'll budget out. But thank you.
Yep.
Yes.
One quick question, again, for my own knowledge, maybe Christina, you can chime in. So about the memberships or the conferences, is that part of our benefit package, or is this something open to certain pay levels, or part of a growth chart of individual, performance review?
Yeah.
Like, how does that go around?
So you'll find that in most departments. The funding that's here in the town manager's office just serves the town manager, the town manager's office. So those positions that I previously named. It is certainly a benefit to the individual members who participate in it for professional development purposes. And that's what the professional organizations are. So if we want to talk about, the town manager budget specifically, so, Keith and Christina and I are members of the International City County Management Association, and we're also members of the Massachusetts Municipal Management Association. Both of those organizations provide professional development. So there's a general annual fee to be a member, and then, you know, we may attend their conference regionally, or, you know, their annual conference or something like that. So that's what those expenses covered. And then there's a general professional development line within departments, and some of those dollars may be used to pay for an educational opportunity that's provided through one of those organizations, or something completely separate.
Thank you.
I just wanted to, you mentioned the 250,000.
Yes.
That's in that first line up there, or?
No, the 250 was in the FY26 budget.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
In there. Was that consulting fees too involved in that, or?
Yeah, it's been used for a variety of purposes. Yeah, to bring in it, like, for instance, in the DPW organization assessment, that, you know, they're working on the business processes, that will be a consultant that's used for that. We've, you know, leveraged it to buy additional support for our refinement and optimization of use of Munis, and it's basically funding all those additional costs to get us more automated on our payroll processes, more automated on our accounts payable and human resource information system optimization. That's all coming through this line item.
Any additional questions?
Just kind of following up on that, so that 250,000, that's been beneficial to the town organization to make those improvements?
Yes.
So is that something that you would have liked to have continued in this budget?
So we still have those funds. We haven't expended them all, and it may be something that we come back in the future, but we still have those resources, and we'll carry them forward into the following year and continue to use them.
Okay.
No additional questions, so do we have any questions from the public? If not, we'll continue to the next is weights and measures, page 139.
So this is a part of local government that most people don't think a lot about, but when you go to the gas pump or you're at a scale within a grocery store, you'll notice a little sticker on it. And for the last 46 years in Shrewsbury, that sticker's been signed off by John Knipe. But Mr. Knipe is fully retiring from his position as of April 1st, and will be looking for a new weights and measures official. You know, tremendous to say anyone's done the same thing for 46 years is really remarkable. And not only was he our highway superintendent, but he also served in this critical role and continued to do that after his full-time requirement a couple of years ago. So, but that's what these dollars are used for. So we fund this state, you know, requirement. We do all that. The gas pumps, scales at any, you know, like Worcester sand and stone, we certify and just make sure that anything that's weighed that is within private consumer and economic activity is, you know, properly adjusted and dispensing what it says that we'll do. So $1,200. This may be interesting as we make the transition from Mr. Knipe, and his service to the community goes in many ways, and part of that definitely was he's very generous to the town and you know what it cost us to provide these services. So it may be something that, you know, we may need to adjust for fiscal year 27, but certainly we're comfortable with this proposal right now and would be back to the committee if something else is needed.
It's basically a washout because we do charge.
Sure.
On there, so, and that comes in under fees and permits and
That's right.
that line item. So, because I'm sure for the number of places that he does inspect and the weights and things, it's kind of a wash across the board, because there are fees for each one of them on there. So. Any additional questions from anybody? Oh, go ahead.
One curious question. So you talked about the sticker, and I've seen that on the gas station. Then, you know, there are scales in Market Basket. Is that also covered in this?
Yes. Yep. Every register, every deli counter, every device, that's all done and recertified annually.
Thank you.
There's a sticker and a date on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I At the gas station, it's like right there, right? But like when you are at a grocery store, you just wait, look at.
You'll be looking for stickers now.
Next time I'm going to look at it now. Thank you.
If there's any additional questions from the audience, on weights, measures. If not, we'll move on to the next one, which is street lighting on page 159.
So street lighting has been an increasing area of the budget over the last few years as Selco begins to kind of right size and properly allocate costs within the various parts of its system. And we're experiencing about a 20% increase in these rates year over year. It has been substantial, but it is justified based upon the data and the number of streetlights and all those things that we have. And you know, it's just could say that in the prior years, these costs were spread out over other cost categories. So as they look to refine and more properly align costs, they are passing those along, which I don't really like to see increasing in the budget every year, but it's appropriate.
I had a question.
Yes.
Kevin, if I recall correctly, a few cycles ago, we talked about shifting to energy efficient lighting. Is that all complete, or is that still ongoing?
It is. So all the lights have been transitioned over to LED, and those costs are reflected in here. And we've paid off. So for a while, the street light budget did have a capital component to it because we were paying Selco back for the cost of the lights, but that's all been satisfied.
I have one question.
Yes.
So, Kevin, on this one, right? So I know operating expense, and then when I'm looking into the book, it says utility, electricity. But what about like maintenance or audit testing? You know, like if some light goes out, you know, replacement cost. Where does that get booked?
That's within Selco's budget. They're responsible for that portion of it. Yeah.
And so again, follow. Get curious question. If some resident wants to have additional light, does that go through Selco or through?
So the select board has to approve it because it will increase our ongoing costs, but it does fall to Selco's expenses.
Got it.
The one thing you can do is you can request a light in your yard and they will come and do it and you pay for it on a monthly basis.
Yeah.
In my yard, I have 2 street lights,
Yep.
poles, etc., because the driveway is so long, so. But I pay for it on a monthly basis on there. And now they're gonna also charge me for the poles. He just advised, we just got a notice that there's gonna be a pole rental, so.
You can't really get rid of those poles.
I have a little discussion coming up with Selco.
Don't forget about the street lights.
Thank you.
The next is operational support. That's 113.
So, operational support is those aggregated costs which serve expenses on both the education side of the budget and the municipal side. Obviously, you can see the $22.8 million in expenditures. The largest area of that is $19.3 million within health and group health and life insurance. And the vast majority of that is group health insurance. This includes active employees and retirees, probably about 95% active employee cost, and 5% of that line item is retiree health insurance. These are all portions of the total monthly premium. The town pays anywhere from like 75% or less of an active employee's health insurance on an annual basis. And we pay the most on the lowest cost plans, which are HSA certified high deductible plans, and then pay less on HMO and benchmark plans. And we have one PPO plan, which we're required to offer in accordance with state law. So obviously, just like every other organization, health insurance cost is a growing concern year over year. It's on average for us this year, it's about an 8% increase. We have built some moves, adds, and changes into that to give us appropriate flexibility as employees, turn 26 that are already with us, or we hire someone in a position where maybe their predecessor didn't have insurance. We just need a little bit of flexibility within this line item. So we do source our health insurance through the West Suburban Health Group, which is a consortium of Shrewsbury and 8 other cities and towns to help lower those costs and spread the risk. Medicare employer match is, I guess it's the 3rd largest category at this point. Pretty close with general insurance, but that's the town's matching portion as an employer to federal taxes. General insurance provides general insurance, professional liability insurance, automobile insurance, property and casualty insurance, special programs like we're required to provide for public safety officers, Chapter 41, Section 111F, where they get special types of coverage for injury on the job is all included within this line item. It does include school department costs and does not include Selco, so they're separate. And then oil and fuel is, fuel for vehicles, and I'm not sure, Keith, if we have any heating oil at this point, so the answer is no, so it's gasoline and diesel. And I think everything else is pretty self-explanatory, like unemployment compensation and print postage and stationery, which is paper and things like that. The MIS support, which is $4,000, provides for CART services, which is closed captioning at events like town meeting.
Questions? Yes.
I just have one on unemployment compensation. It seems like, rightfully so, that kind of fluctuates based on prior years. So just what happens if we go over what's budgeted versus, if we come in under, it goes back to free cash. And then if we go over, do we draw from other areas?
We draw from go ahead.
Yeah, so in the sense of how operating expenses within a department kind of collapse and roll up, all of these line items collapse and roll up. So at town meeting, the bottom line is voted on. So if we do go over one line and there's funds, they can support that. Okay. But if we would need to, we could go for a reserve fundraising as well.
And just in case anyone's interested, on unemployment compensation, we fully fund our own. We don't contribute to the state's unemployment like a lot of private employers do. So that's why it's so inconsistent and varies, is because if we get a claim and we have to pay it, then we pay it. But some years we don't have as many.
So then
it's
it
not
goes
like
back in the free cash?
Right.
It just goes back?
It goes back to free cash, that's right.
Yes.
With the EAP program, we had a pretty robust one in my last job. It seems like it's just a couple $1,000s. Is it just videos, or it's just how?
So our EAP comes along with our workers' compensation insurance through Mega. We actually have a new provider called All One Health, and they recently, this month, launched a new platform. But they do have robust services. They offer 24/7 support to our employees. When you call in, it's free, it's confidential. You're at least talking to somebody with a master's degree, so you're not just calling in to a call center. And they can help you through a variety of different life issues and provide support in a wide variety of areas.
Oh, I appreciate that. I just looked at it and I'm there's no way that's being provided for $2,700 a year, so great.
I think the EAP line item is somewhat of a legacy since it has been rolled into our workers' compensation in the last few years when we changed brokers. So maybe it's something moving forward we won't need to separately budget, but
It's good to put out, though. Let people know about it.
Yeah,
That's what we're
100%.
doing for our employees, as we talked about. Certain things you do here that the private sector may not do, and that's a huge service for some people.
Thank you, Gene. Kevin, you may have mentioned this and I may have missed it. So the differential between what was requested for group health and life insurance and what actually you put in the FP1, Was that a result of negotiations with the provider, or did you move to a new provider?
Yeah, so it is a result of our negotiations. We originally carried a 10% cost increase for health insurance premiums, and as the process matured with the West Suburban Health Group, we were able to lower that.
And just a follow-up, given, I mean, I'm pretty sure you did the research, but just for my confirmation, would there be an advantage to move to somebody else just to see if it's lower cost compared to what they are offering? Because there's, as you said, it's an 8% increase, which is industry-wide, but
Yeah.
still, I was just
So
wondering.
we've been exploring that over the past few years. We are self-insured. So that means we are, if you look at the West Suburban Health Group, we're not just paying someone, a flat fee on a monthly basis. We're paying actual claims. So when you think about the 9 towns together, there'll be years where you pay a little bit more than the actual cost of your employees. In some years you'll pay less than the actual cost of your employees, so it really works out. But we are, since we're self-insured, we may be able to catch a year or two of benefit if we would go on our own, but we wouldn't have a large of risk to pull with, and it could be greater fluctuations. So the West Suburban Health Group has been, something we've been a part of for about 22 or 23 years right now. The group has been really aggressive, and we're trying to find I shouldn't say it that way. We're exploring other administrator options and putting an RFP out on the street for services this year. So it's a little complicated, but it's not like we're fully insured by Blue Cross Blue Shield and we just pay them like $1 million every month. It's actually we're paying the actual claims of our employees, and the premiums are estimated to cover that for any given year.
Just one last question related to that. Does that include, I heard you mentioning something, but I missed it. Does this include school employees in Selco as well? So it's the entire...
Not Selco, just school employees.
School and municipal department. Okay, thank you.
I have just one question. I'm concerned on the oil and the fuel. We have a contract with the city of Worcester. Is that a one-year contract?
It is.
And does it have an escalation clause in it?
It does. It locks us in for 1 year. We have a variable rate contract, and it's a calendar year basis. So we're locked in right now through December 31st, 2026.
Well, the only reason I mention it, there's been some articles about fuel oil being delivered and that they can no longer really support the contract that they sold you because the jump was so high on there. So they say they'll be out of business if they had to comply to the contract that they signed with you at a certain rate on there. So you feel comfortable with this?
Not after that. No, it's something we should look into, Gene. You're right. I mean, it hasn't been a conversation that I've had over the last few weeks since everything's happened in the Gulf. But we can follow up with you during the next set of hearings on the warrant articles itself. Keith, I don't know if you've heard anything.
I have not heard anything. Okay. Change that.
Yep.
Can I jump in?
Yeah.
Just piggybacking Gene's comment, who of all our buildings, who utilizes the most oil? I'm assuming like the high school's gas.
Yeah.
Yeah. So none of our buildings are oil.
Oh, okay.
The last building that we had oil was the rowing center, and we changed that over to all electric 3 years ago, I believe. But outside of that, we haven't had a building that used oil in probably 20 years.
Okay.
Mr. Cox, prior to me, he converted all of our buildings to natural gas if they were on oil.
Okay.
So this is just really gaseline and diesel fleet.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
And our emergency generators. That
Emergency generators, right.
are on diesel.
Yep.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes, please go forward.
Dating on at 43 LeBlanc Road. The postage and stationery. That number is projected to be a little lower than last year. With the anticipated postage rates going up, how do we see that number as being what you're projecting?
Alex, I don't know if you have any thoughts on that.
Yeah, so this pays for paper for town hall and also postage to refill our postage machine. So we have our own postage machine here at town hall, and I believe we might get a little bit of a discount on our postal rates. But we factor in, those increases, and that as we move forward, we're using less paper for things and just trying to be more digital, so it offsets.
So going from the standard rate, like we're looking at like a 20-cent jump right now. So you factored in that 20-cent jump in that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll move forward. Next is the Finance Committee on 93.
So,
We've got an awful lot of money.
yeah. We keep stipends and wages the same year over year. And the funds.
Notice
I have a
that.
question about that.
And then, so operational expenses really are covering, anything that could come up throughout the year, but we rarely have it, but, provides this one, cost of one event, really this Saturday, public hearing that we have with the ancillary costs, from it, and then the reserve fund, which of course is utilized throughout the course of the year by the Finance Committee to support any unforeseen and unexpected costs within budgets where an account would be over its budgeted amount, so we don't have to go back to town meeting. So that's the $360,000 of the $361,000 is there.
Any questions?
I have a question. Kevin, last year's appropriation, how much did we expend, the committee? Do we have that?
$195,000.
Oh, so we're well above, our average. Okay, thank you.
Are there any questions from the audience? If not, we'll move on to the next is Human Services, and the first one would be the Veterans, page 189.
So the town of Shrewsbury participates with Westboro, Northborough, and Grafton in a regional veterans service arrangement. So unlike public health, which we've talked about, we're not the host community here, so we send a amount of funding, which I don't have my budget in front of me, to the town of Grafton every year.
It's about $70,000, about half.
About half of that, to cover the cost of the shared employees and miscellaneous expenses of this work. The other portion of it is the benefits that we provide to veterans who are eligible, and that ranges from housing support and other life expense supports these veterans are eligible for under the general laws of the Commonwealth. We do receive on a annual basis 75% reimbursement of the expenses for those Chapter 151 benefits that we provide to individuals. Or I'm sorry, Chapter 115 benefits that we provide to individuals. And that's like on a one-year delay basis. So we'll receive 75% of what we expended in FY25 this year and FY26. So all in all, over the last few years, we've seen declining benefits being provided, despite increasing efforts to make folks aware of programs. But it's just, really a result of, less veterans that are there as, the World War I generation passes on, and we have, less total number of veterans who are eligible for these services.
I just had one quick question to start with. There seems to be some complaints. There's no consistency to where they're able to meet when they have clients available. They shift from the town hall to the council on aging, etc. is that something we can kind of work out so they do more or less have a permanent home? Even if we have to shift some of the, if it's gonna be at the Council on Aging, we shift something so that on Thursdays, I know, for instance, one of the big times there is when they have the men's club, the veteran aid used to be there. They seem to have a lot of personnel coming and going on there, but.
So we've moved some of their meetings to one of their weekly meetings, and I forget which day, to be quite honest, to 835 Main Street, to the Recreation Building. So that's consistent now. The other day, this time of year, Jeff has been here at Town Hall one day a week because the Senior Center offers the tax program for seniors this time of year. So for about 4 months, he works out of this building. You may recall last year he worked out at the police station during that same period. But because of the incident at the police station, we've moved him to Town Hall. But we're trying to be consistent, but we do have struggles this time of year with the tax program at senior center.
Well, from the feedback I could find out, it's mostly coming from the veterans, so where do I go? Yeah, I'm supposed to meet with them. They told me, you know, they'll see me at the town hall, but I've been there, and now they're at the senior center, or if in turn you said it's down at the New Legion Hall, and they don't have transportation, then it becomes a problem, and they've missed their time slot, so I just bring it up. I think it's something we should work out for them.
Yeah,
Yep.
The people that really need it, we should be accommodating myself. So. That's, any other questions from the committee? If not, any questions from the audience? Okay, then we can move on to the Commission on Disability, page 200.
The COD is a $500 budget each year. It goes to support any work that they have to do, and also their annual awards and recognition program for businesses who go above and beyond compliance, providing accessible areas for residents to shop and engage with them. So again, $500 that's overseen by the Commission on Disabilities.
Any questions from the committee? Any questions from the audience? Well, that kind of brings us to the very end here, before we move on with the agenda, which will be the meeting schedule is next. Does anybody have any questions?
Do we need to close the public hearing?
Oh, well, I will close the public hearing. I need a motion to close it.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Diane. Yeah, we're gonna go, I'm done to that at the end before we adjourn. Okay. Is there any questions as far as the meeting schedule goes? So the next time we'll be meeting will be Thursday, April the 9th at 6 p.m. for a public hearing on the annual town meeting. Thursday, April the 16th, 2026 at 6 p.m. Again, public hearing on the annual town meeting. And then after that, we'll be going into the annual town meeting on May the 18th, 2026 on there. And just before I adjourn, we have approved minutes for March the 17th. March 19th is not done yet, so we'll just vote on approval of the minutes of March 17th. Any questions or comments? I have a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Is there anything else that you want to have come before the committee? Yes, Dave?
Just to clarify with the next two meetings we have.
Yeah.
So on the 9th, the public hearing will be on the warrants, the draft warrants put out, or will they be on warrants? We have a
Warrant
draft.
articles. Yep.
Okay, so then we go to the next one, the warrants are set, and they can't be changed.
So the warrant will be, the articles will be signed by the select board on Tuesday. So that'll lock in all the warrant articles, and then over the course of those two hearings, we'll be reviewing the motions and the details and all those things associated with the warrant. So it'll be locked in as far as what town meeting's gonna consider on Tuesday. This coming Tuesday.
So then it begs the, if we spent umpteen hours this week doing it, how, if this is a Saturday, the select board's gonna vote on, sign these on Tuesday.
So it'll just be, like for the budget, for all this, there's gonna be a warrant article to pass the FY27 budget. That's what's locked in. The amount, the changes, the discrepancies, that will all be deliberated in your April meetings.
Oh, that was my thing.
Sorry,
So- Yeah, I'm sorry. So the draft warrants, they locked in, but it's a draft warrant on the 9th. They can still be changed until we hit the second one, and then that's what's going to the town meeting.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I had a-
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Chair, similar to last year, we'll be giving our finance committee document report on the budget. So I propose that prior to the next meeting, if all of us could just write up our, whatever we want to get into that document and maybe give it to Alex and discuss it as part of the agenda in our next meeting.
Well, as far as I know, it's already started to draft the outline, haven't you?
Of the finance committee report,
Yeah,
that has not been drafted yet.
oh, okay.
So there's one section where we generally fill up our comments and our concerns. Last year, we shared and we discussed it prior to the public hearing. And so we have 2 cycles to decide it then. We have 2 meetings to actually come to a conclusion on what extra we want to put in terms of our
You
our
say
opinions.
prior to April 9th?
Yes, so on the April 9th meeting, if everybody could maybe send their contributions to Alex, and we can discuss it prior to the public hearing on April 9th, and then on April 16th, we can just confirm it and finalize it.
Alex, when would the draft be available for us to review?
So, just to clarify, are you talking about the motions or just
No,
the
the
sections
finance
of the
committee,
report?
the finance committee,
Addressed to the town meeting.
address the town meeting.
Got it. I can have a draft out to you all next week.
Okay.
But I think if I can add, like, I think the challenge is gonna be, what you think about our proposals. to
Yeah,
be quite-
wouldn't-
Yeah, that's what I thought. It was a little early.
Yeah.
Would we be sending this out after we vote on the warrant, or after we have our motion of what we think on the warrants?
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, it'll be finalized there, but, I guess it depends on the context that we're talking about right now, right? Like, if there are things that, I'm not trying to put words in Vikram's mouth, but like, if you want to cite concerns that you have, like low salaries and wages, poor road conditions, things like that, we might be able to start to shape up a document, but I think it will take your deliberation over those 2 other hearings. Like, I know there's a discrepancy between the superintendent and I and in the budget. Like, we'll need your feedback in the public meetings to get there.
And that's why I said we started for the next meeting so that we're ready by the 19th.
Yeah.
Or the 16th, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I think it's gonna be kind of a general outline, and then we'll get into the nitty-gritty on there. So we just got a basic outline to start with, and then we'll finalize it, because we've always done it after the last hearing, in my memory.
Okay.
Yeah, like Alex is saying, we can have that framework to you within a week or so, and then we'll just have to fill in the blanks after you do your deliberation.
Sir, to the chair, I do have like the way that the schedule's going. Tuesday, the select board meets, so they're not digesting what we did through these meetings. And on the 9th, we're gonna hear public comment, and first time we're seeing the draft. And so are our concerns and the public concerns, how does that get to the 16th? Well, I don't know, I think right after that, they're gonna vote on them. So how does all that get in to affect the final warrant? Is that what we're thinking?
The document's only for the budget. It's only for the budget, not for the warrant articles, if I'm understanding what.
But we're gonna be talking about those.
So, maybe I can help. So there's the warrant articles. Once the board signs them, they don't change, but they don't have the specifics that you're gonna deliberate, right? So they're gonna have There's a warrant article to consider a capital improvement plan for fiscal year 27. You will deliberate about whether we should spend 2 million, 2.5, or 20 million on that. So the board is just locking in the agenda, and then we're making proposals to you during those hearings on what the bottom lines will be, including the overall budget. So the board's actions will not preempt anything that the finance committee does before town meeting.
Just like last year.
If I may, we had an offline conversation, several of us during lunch, right? There were some kind of one-pagers sent from the departments, and then some questions that we asked and answers that were provided by the departments. And if it's appropriate, I would request that those be included as part of the public record and be available for the community to see, because I think those were very valuable for us. And just, we purposefully took them out of the meeting that to try and be efficient here, but I think that is valuable information for the community. So if appropriate and allowed, I would just request that that be made available.
Is that going to the town meeting members as well with their packet, the additional information we asked for?
That wasn't our plan. We planned to include them with the meeting minutes from these public hearings rather than mail them out to everyone, but we can provide them with the link to these through your public
A link to
hearings.
I think would be fine. But
Sure.
Yeah, I think that's the proper way to do it.
Yeah, because it's really a valuable information for sure.
I hope it is.
No, it is. I mean, I was referencing.
No, I'm not saying us.
Yeah,
I'm
They
saying
have
us.
to read it.
Yeah, you're picking the supermarket scales now.
Right?
And they have to check, they have to click the link, but.
Yeah, I mean, the intent is to avoid the repeatable questions, that have been already answered here.
Well, is there anything else come before the committee? Well, then I need a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
And we thank everybody and have a great afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you.